clear it up real fast. Thanks, Cedric, as we jump right back into the game.
Well, Yuna instantly in trouble. He hits level 4, but he's surrounded by 4 members of the Homeboys. That last hit of Loveways might be enough. No! Chibi gets the last hit, and now Yanlord, next target, Petrify, gonna be purified straight away, but he can't purify death.
Free. This is why priority and minion wave management is so important in high pro play.
We literally said it was a great start from the Homeboys here, and they're gonna continue the momentum. Chibi invading onto the purple buff, 2.5 minutes in. Havos has to be pulled over to try and defend this. It's a 3v4 situation, and the catch from Zorn, he jumps onto the back. Tia catches out Yuna. NetherRealm gonna keep him alive as the last insanity gonna be cancelled out by the NetherRealm from the Homeboys instead. Mountain Esports still zoned out from their own purple buff. Retribution available on both sides, but it's Chibi who secures it.
Unfortunate, committing so many resources from the side of Bounty. At least they were smart about it, right? They didn't commit the Heart Guard at all. They didn't want so much tempo being given over to the side of the Homeboys. Losing your purple buff, not the biggest deal in the world.
Oh, and with the catch in the mid lane, forces out another Purify as Aziz dashes away.
Yeah, they are finding everything right now. They have nobody who can reliably open up the map, and the only person who can technically do that is Havas, but he's locked in the EXP.
Things are starting to look a little bit dicey here. Although Bounty got a good start, Homeboys has already built up a 900 gold lead. We can see the respective side lanes gonna be locked in right now by some very good lane management coming in from both Nets and Sabat.
Chibi now 2 full levels ahead of Yuna. Yuna should be able to catch up with 1 level, but he's still gonna be a full level down. Opens up the map to see Zorn.
Oh! The flicker catch onto Aziz! Heart Guard! Is it gonna be enough? He dashes away. He's gonna be safe. Yuna gonna provide a little bit of backup to make sure he gets out safely.
And this is what I was talking about, right? Just blow the resources from Bounty. That's what Zorn is. His main objective is to make sure that these Purifies go down so he can look for a repeat punish later down the line. Now that he doesn't have Flicker, at the very least, he knows for a fact that they don't have the Heart Guard. They can start getting aggressive. Look, even Chibi is helping Nets to get priority to make this invade work.
The Homeboys have always been a team that's very good at keeping track of cooldowns, and we can see the way that they're playing around this here. We see them already in control of the Turtle Pit. They should be able to get this quite easily. Yuna's in the area, but he's already a full level behind.
Nicely done. And because, we don't need to invade. There's just too many people here. Let's not risk it. Let's give Nets double the amount of his goal. Pick up the mid wave, rotate towards that top side.
Havo is going to be poked out. Firaga Armor just lost to the Shah residue, and Bounding Esports, they don't have a choice. They have to give up the turtle to the Homeboys.
Well, this is exactly what we want to see. Might be a dive setup from the side of the Homeboys, but it's going to be 2 versus 2, and Yanlord doesn't want to reveal himself just yet.
Sabat doing a good job of keeping Havos under the tower. Zorn looking for the catch, but will settle on cutting down the minion wave for now. As Havos still doing a good job of making sure this tier 1 isn't left vulnerable.
Clears up the wave very nicely. Also goes for the brute force breastplate as well, just to make sure his job is to start peeling away members from his main carries. If Heart Guard is committed onto him, I don't think it's going to do that much against the Homeboys, considering how much peel that they have themselves, and more so that they're able to get in and out of fights. Unless we see Havas get like 3 kills in the next 5 minutes, I don't think that's going to be the most ideal situation. Oh, looking topside though, might be a punish here.
Where they have a rotation. Yuna looking for Nets, and some nice sidestepping, making sure that the shield unity doesn't collapse here. We see that both side laners on both teams have actually switched lanes at this point, so it ends up in kind of a stalemate situation, but Homeboy still doing a great job of controlling the map and keeping Bounty scattered.
Yep, and now, once again, similar to how we saw Chibi help Nets out on the bottom side. Wait, this... Are they going to send mid lane as well? I don't think they're sending mid lane. They have vision over their orange buff. You can see Supot's trying to take it right now, but they should be sending their carry down bottom side real soon, right? Because I don't think she wants to participate for the upcoming turtle fight.
Depends on what the Homeboys want. I'm noticing that Chibi is 2 levels up on Yuna now. Yuna only just hit level 8, so things are starting to get tough here. Purify forced out from Aziz once again. Zorn doing a great job. Black Dragon form comes in from the backline, forces out the NetherRealm from Aziz as the fight is just split completely in 2. Last Insanity comes out, picks off. Aziz gonna be blasted down in the backline. Udil gonna be the next target from the Heart Guard on top of Panda, but he's now being wailed on by the entire Homeboys team. That's gonna be 2 more more pickups with absolutely no retaliation.
Yep, 3 Purifies already blown. Every ultimate under the sun. Aziz getting punished super early on. All of this because Zorn was able to blow that 1 Purify before the fight even began, allowing Supa to have a free engage onto Aziz.
I love the way they're playing this. Zorn understanding that most likely most of his catches are not going to be the catch, but to waste resources, and then prolonging the fight long enough to make sure that they're able to take advantage of those wasted resources.
I mean, the worst part about this is that Bounty, their composition is so based off of their tempo, right? That's why Angela is such a great pick for some of these teams. They know how to play off of this tempo when they're ahead, but when you're from behind, that's when Angela doesn't exactly feel that good. It feels like you're always on the defensive. It never feels like you're really profiting. You're more like a true support rather than an aggressive support.
Every time we look at them, Chibi gets one more level advantage over Yuna. This Baxia has been left with nowhere on the map to farm at all. And the net worth lead for Homeboy is now 5K in only 8 minutes. This is snowballing out of control.
Bounty Esports, they really can't do much here, right? Playing from behind is one of their weakest attributes, right? And look at this. They're even bleeding into Havas's lane as well.
Havas, his Viraga armor pops straight away, forced to flicker out. Homeboys won't even bother chasing. They know their job is done. They've already gotten the tier 1.
On every single lane. Top, mid, and as well as bot side, lanes have opened up and have unlocked to the Homeboys to have free reign over enemy jungle. And that's why we're seeing Yuna falling even further behind.
Zorn gets another catch. Panda doesn't force out the Purify this time, so that's a resource that's preserved. But Chibi still secures the purple buff. Bounty Esports, no control over their map at all at this stage of the game.
This is why lane priority is so important. Bounty should have been playing very aggressively towards Panda's lane. He was doing very well against Nets, and now he's 2 levels down.
This is how you see advantages from the rest of the map bleeding over. Even though you think you've won your 1v1, in reality, Homeboys is it's all just part of the plan for them. Havos not even getting the chance to use his last insanity most of the time.
His Faraga armor just melts. He just doesn't have the items, and Homeboys are a full item and a half ahead of Bounty as of yet, and I think they can even wait out. They don't need to necessarily take the Lord right now. They can wait until it turns luminous before they do anything.
The question here is, what does Bounty Esports need to do, right? They're 7K behind. Like, can they still come back in any way?
I think that's up to the Homeboys, right? We expect to see if Homeboys make the mistake, Bounty needs to punish, and I think the only person who can relatively do that safely is Panda. And even so, it's very thin margins here. The stats are not in their favor, right? They just don't have the raw numbers to make that work out.
And Esports literally cannot contest. A nice dash of assist to make sure he's not caught out by Zorn and has to waste the Purify again. Brazer's Raft is going to do some poking, but Homeboys are slowly tightening the chokehold. That's going to be a Petrify catch. Forces the Purify from Panda. He pops the Zaman Force onto the Black Dragon himself as Zorn flickers in, forces another Purify. NetherRealm going to be popped down by both sides as it's an all-out brawl right outside the base. Yuna going to be the first one to fall as Homeboys keeps the pressure going. Assist, he gets smooshed into jam underneath your Brazer's Raft, and Bounty Esports going to do nothing. Zorn catches another one. The Ryorga armor on Havos forced out instantly, and Chibi jumps in again, gets another taunt on Panda. Homeboys are just toying with their opponents.
Yeah, it looks like Aziz, he loses focus as soon as the fight gets really messy. As soon as there's multiple people, he kind of forgets where Zorn is, and once again, getting punished pretty significantly. That's already 2 inhibitors, maybe even 3 inhibitors, might be falling into the hands of the Homeboys.
It just all depends on how long the Homeboys intend to stay here. The Lord will fall only the first of the game, so Bounty Esports are able to clear it up, but that's in exchange for most of the health on the top inhibitor, and there's still waves pushing in. Bounty Esports forced into a very defensive stance, which is leaving Havos completely exposed. He gets caught up once again. Heartguard comes out onto the exploit, but is it going to be enough for Brazer's Raft? Going to be doing a lot of damage. Yuna, the first victim to fall as Supa jumps in. Nets with the double kill. NetherRealm to keep the fight going. Mega kill for GB as Panda falls to his blade. Homeboys 5-man strong, 2-man defense by Bounty Esports. It's not even a defense. Sabat dives into the tower. He doesn't care. Yanlord can do nothing but watch as the crystal of Bounty Esports is broken down by the homeboys.
Clean game from the homeboys. Very clean game indeed. Good punishes and good timings, making sure that they keep the timings of the cooldowns of their enemy opponents' ultimates as well as their battle spells and finding holes in their gameplay. Really nicely done from the homeboys overall.
An excellent display once again. Even though it seemed like Bounty Esports had a bit of a plan early on, homeboys snuffed out any chances they would have and just dominated the game from that point onward.
Yep, I think that at least for the homeboys, they know exactly what they want to do in this game. The game plan was set, very linear composition from the side of Bounty Esports, and worse yet, unfortunately for Yanlord on this, Angela was not able to affect the lanes enough and was very forced into staying in that mid lane for a large majority of the time. And I think Angela is so strong prior to level 4 as well.
Now, that is a big weakness of the Angela roam, right? That's why we're seeing a lot of teams lean away towards it and even using it as a way to bait the blue side on the draft. Because while she has a lot of pressure early on, you gotta make sure you keep tempo with that pressure. Because once you fall behind, that hard guard actually doesn't do all that much other than put the Angela in a risky spot too.
And I think, you know, at least for Bounty, they need to just... I think they need to give up on this Angela. There's a reason why a majority of the top teams have decided Angela is just not worth the time, effort to really invest in, because it puts you not only on a timer, but it also makes sure that like pick-off compositions are just that much more valuable.
Yeah, and we saw that from the homeboys as well. They played it slow, they played it steady early on because they knew that their gold lane would probably have a little bit of trouble. Brethren ordinarily should lose in pressure early on against a Baxia jungle, especially with an Angela. But homeboys just reverses the script. They decide, no, we're going to be the aggressors instead by leashing and invading. And because of that, our MVP for game 1 will go over to Chibi.
Nicely done from Chibi, right? Just constant pressure against Yuna. We've talked about this when we saw the lineups and their stats. He is just a really nasty jungler through and through. Whether behind or ahead, he seems to have it all.
It's a clear example of the impact that even utility junglers can have on the game, right? A lot of people think, oh, these really high mechanic players can't really carry anymore now that they have to play tanks in the jungle. Nope, we can still see that. Chibi is still doing it, Skies is still doing it, 4, 0, and 6. 3,000 damage per minute on a tank jungler shows you are still very capable of doing exactly what you need to do.
And worse yet, even Chibi is starting to take out of the greedy book of SRG, going for first item brute force breastplate into Oracle and then eventually to a Sky Guardian's help. He's not even thinking about getting more max HP. He's just thinking about how else am I able to keep up with Yuna so that I can keep his levels down.
Like a really greedy build, but it works if you're ahead. It can really bite you in the butt if you end up losing fights and throwing away that lead. Then the itemization starts to become a lot less efficient. But because homeboys never lost that lead, it just allows them to snowball their way through even further.
Yeah, I mean, so far, this game was a complete landslide from homeboys, despite Panda trying to win out his lane against Nets, and he was doing a very good job against Nets, but after that first rotation, Nets just increased his net worth so much, caught up with the mid wave, went to the top side, was able to catch 2 waves and even proxy a wave off of that, was able to find a couple of kills during the turtle fight against Bounty, and I think that's what really really put their what do they call it? The headstones? No, it's not called a headstone, right?
I think
it's called a headstone,
yeah.
right? Their headstones were engraved very clearly that Bounty had no means of coming back.
And I think we have to give a shout out to Zorn as well. Like when you're on a Guinevere, there's 3 Purifies on the enemy team. You should basically have no impact. But no, he had so much impact. He was forcing out Purifies left and right. And the timings from homeboys, the collapses were great. Sepat on the Yuzong cutting off the backlines were great, forcing out Purifies himself. It was excellent. The coordination, you can really see that defending champ energy.
That's homeboys with tempo. And I think Bounty, the only way for them to actually flip tempo is to make a hard read on the homeboys. But I don't know. From the draft to the gameplay, it felt like homeboys were being very reactive to how Bounty plays the game. It's not like it didn't feel like Homeboys was in a position where they wanted to play their own game, right? It was always based off of, hey, this person doesn't have a cooldown, let's respond to it. This person had an early recall, we can respond.
The thing is, Bounty has always had this sort of problem, right? As a team, they're very reliant on getting that snowball, especially on Panda, to close out their games. We've seen exactly how they respond when they're put in a situation where they're behind. They basically don't do anything. Like in this draft especially, it's really bad because Baxia, Angela, you need that snowball. But there was no plan, there was no attempt to try and open up the map. Homeboys just close out every door they could open.
Yeah, and I think that Bounty, most people need to be a little bit more aware, right? Especially when you're up against somebody like Zorn, and your Purify is just such a valuable asset. And I think that they need to be a little bit more, what's the term called? Have trigger discipline, right? Panda is very understanding. He gets hit by the magic thump. He's hovering his finger over that Purify. He knows that the rest of the members of Homeboys will not be able to respond in time. And when they do, that's when he actually commits to the Purify. Aziz, he's very preemptive, right? As soon as he gets hit, oh no, there's a good chance that I'm going to die because I don't have the natural stats to keep myself alive in terms of max HP or even defensive stats, so I have to use it.
The problem is when you have an Angela as your roam and then your Baxia is already put behind, you actually have no information on the map at all, right? So even though it looks like only Zorn is jumping on you, you never know who might be behind him. So honestly, I can't really blame Aziz in this situation. Every single time he gets caught out, there's a possibility that there's 3 or 4 members of Homeboys waiting in the bush because there's just no way for them to gain any info on the map.
It's a little bit of game sense as well. I think that Aziz is still a little green overall. Still a little fresh to the overall MPL environment because you can tell that the more experienced players like Panda, he's a lot more patient on his trigger finger in comparison to Aziz. I would say even Havas as well, when he considers going in for these flickers, he really times it to the very last second to be able to get out of these tough spots. And unfortunately for Yuna, he's always the sacrificial lamb. He has no means of escape. He's not exactly in a position to actually take advantage of the heart guard at the same time. So it's better that Yuna goes down in comparison to their scaling gold laner, and as well as maybe even Havas sometimes.
But when Yuna goes down, then Bounty Esports kind of loses their tempo creator, right? The hero that's able to roam the map, open up the map, form the front line, is just effectively a large minion to the side of the Homeboys. We can see they did no turret damage at all. As a result of this, the healing actually still favoring the Homeboys despite having Yanlord on that Angela too.
I think if Bounty Esports were to, well, I think this is where the level 1s are so valuable, right? When we're looking at the total healing, you can see that Yanlord has 35,000 overall in comparison to Udo, who has 33, and I mean, it's Chibi, he's playing Fredrin. I don't think there's much argument there that he's going to be having the highest total healing considering how fast this game was. But I think at level 1, Yanlord probably should have started moving out of his lane. As soon as he doesn't see Zorn show up, he needs to open up the map and instantly start looking for an invade on the opposite side of the map to figure out whether or not this Guinevere is actually going for that leash for Chibi on the orange side, or at the very least just figure out where Chibi started on what buff.
I think Bounty Esports definitely got a little bit too fearful too quickly because Angela Valentina should be able to roam around the map really quickly with the Baxia, but we didn't see that. Like once Homeboys did that first dive, it was just passive gameplay from Bounty Esports from that point on, and there's no way you're creating any space like that. Because of this, Nets gets to be the rich guy, 869 gold per minute, the highest damage dealt. Chibi on the Fredwin. Whoa, okay. You not having to be the sandbag, and Zorn being the highest assist as well.
I mean, it just goes to show, right, how far ahead you can get, especially when you get that lead. Brute Force Breastplate, it might just be the go-to first item for a lot of these junglers nowadays, right? I mean, some of them even take it despite not being ahead, which is kind of crazy. It just goes to show how good the item is overall. And even Havas decided, first item, Brute Force Breastplate as well.
It's called Brute Force for a reason, right? You just brute force your way through the game, and it's very good at enabling that. We see here in the highlights, brought to you by official gaming phone ROG, despite the first blood going to Bounty, this 4-man invade into the jungle by Homeboys instantly put a fear in Bounty Esports' heart. They were no longer able to group for fights appropriately despite their best attempts. You think, oh, maybe I can get a kill here. Nope, you're out overextended. You get caught out. And Homeboys never let go of the lead.
Yeah, I think that Bounty, they need to start making sacrifices, right? They refuse to let anything go over to the Homeboys, and Homeboys, once they get that lead, it's so far ahead unless they make it like a significant mistake. And that's what I think Bounty was hoping for, because a lot of these moves from the Homeboys are pretty telegraphed, right? Like, as they should be communicating, hey, I have to go for an early recall. There's a good chance that they're going to invade the top side of the map. So Yuna, just go and mirror, play on the opposite side, vertically jungle against your opponent.
I think that Bounty Esports has had the issue where a lot of their players play individually rather than as a team. And sometimes it works out for them because they do have strong micro mechanics, and if you get a snowball, then it's very easy to turn those individual plays into team play because you're all ahead anyway. But when you're behind, you really gotta coordinate. You gotta share information, and we don't see that from Bounty.
Well, it's either A, they're not communicating that same information, or B, they are communicating, but they're not doing much about it other than with the basic responses we've seen of like, hey, let's contest them, instead of, we can just vertically jungle. Their purple side is wide open. We can play towards EXP and maybe even find an opportunity to actually force out a Black Dragon form from Subbot. So they need to start expanding their minds. The way that they play the game is just too linear.
Yeah, you gotta expand your mind. You gotta explore more opportunities. Just like this opportunity you guys can see at the bottom of the screen right now. What is this, you might ask? Well, it's the MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI 2024, which is now having open qualifiers for MYSG. So, ladies, if you're confident with your skills, you guys can scan the QR code here to sign up. You can sign on as a team or even register under the solo quest if you don't have one. Of course, we do have some conditions. All players need to be age 16 and above, and this is only open to Malaysian and Singaporean female citizens. So, what are you waiting for? We know that there's plenty of ladies out there who love their MLBB, so make sure you guys join now and tell your sisters, your girlfriend, or any female MLB players you know to register.
MWI is once in a lifetime opportunity, and if you think you have what it takes, take a gander at it. See how far you can go in such a prestigious tournament. Speaking of which, I think that if we're talking about like world level series here, I think that Homeboys, one of their biggest issues is that a lot of their movements are very telegraphed, right? Every single time you see something happen, you know exactly what the response is going to roughly look like. You don't know exactly how it's going to look like, but you know that they're going to be on that side of the map. Bounty need to take full advantage of this, but more importantly, in the draft, I think it's more beneficial for them to actually be on the red side than it is the blue side, which is, again, I've been a very big advocate for blue side, but after this patch, I think it is really shaking things up.
Okay, that's an interesting observation here. For now, before we move on to game 2, we got an interview with Chibi, so make sure you guys check that out.
Dapat pecahkan rekod sendiri, mana you dapat average goal per minit 1130 masa game pertama. Dah lah tu game 11 minit je.
Betul.
Lepas tu you setiap kali dapat MVP. Sebagai jungler ataupun satu pro player, apa tips-tips yang you boleh bagi dekat orang yang main rank ataupun aspiring pro players?
Alright, kalau bagi saya lah, actually yang pertama doa ibu bapa lah.
Wow.
Yang tu paling penting, dan yang nombor 2 ni sangat penting. Saya rasa motivation lah. Sebab kalau korang tak ada motivation, korang tak ada semangat untuk main. Motivation dari siapa? Dari kawan-kawan terdekat lah. Contoh teammate korang ke, apa ke, sebagai semangat korang. Walaupun korang sakit ke apa ke, tetap semangat lah.
Kita tahu ramai nak cakap, oh sudah meta assassin, sudah patch assassin, tapi jarang lagi kita nampak actually assassin dekat MPL, and the only assassin so far kita nampak is Nolan Chibi. So, adakah kita akan nampak assassin yang lain starting from today onwards?
InsyaAllah mungkin dah ada assassin baru, contoh Link, Haya. Kalau kita tengok dekat MPL Indo pun akan ada meta baru.
So tengah practice lagi sebab tak adapt lagi dengan patch baru. Alright, terima kasih Chibi.
Alright.
Thank you very much to Chibi for the interview and for the insightful answers here. I think we all do want to see a little bit of that assassin Chibi again. Like, his Nolan was excellent. 1,100 GPM is insane, but what about the Lings, the Hayabusas? I'm also very looking forward to the Hellkit. next week, because that was a chibi pocket.
Yeah, it was a chibi pocket pick, especially up against Fredrin specifically. It's really good with that Dark Knight Falls. Oh man, turning off the lights is disruptive, especially if it affects all 5 of the enemy team, members of the enemy team at the same time. But I do quite miss the good old glory days of Ling, right? The top priority pick, everybody is like, man, Ling is an absolute beast. It's let through a majority of the time because you also have to worry about things like Fanny, for an example. These Ling players, I'm just waiting for them to start coming out, right? I don't think the patch necessarily benefits specifically Ling players. I think Hayabusa just slightly more overall, but let's have a look at what Pobs has to think about this matchup first.
We're gonna ask, will we see more cheese strats from Pobs? We've already seen Chip, we've seen Belleric. What else is there? And he says, you guys have to always be ready for cheese strats from Homeboys because their hero pool is big. So just be aware. And I think that's a good piece of advice. You never know what they're gonna bring out.
Yeah, it's tough. And I think that Bounty, the first toughest decision is choosing blue or red side, right? I think this time around, as much as I would like them to be on the red side, considering their hero pool, unless they have a very clear plan of what they want to do on red side, I think it might be I think their coach is going to feel like it's safer to stick on the blue side and actually get a priority hero for Havas early on within first rotation.
We'll see what happens. We're entering the draft phase for game number 2, where we do see that the teams have switched sides. Homeboys banning out Roger, Arlet, and Yu Zong, and Bounty getting rid of the Matilda and Nolan, and now the Harith as well.
All right. So Roger and as well as Harith are both out. So Nets is going to start leaning back at some of the other picks. I was already surprised that he decided to go, I want to play carry instead of the traditional Natans, and even coming up with a common emblem build. Very traditional.
Oh,
but this
boy.
allows, as you can see, Zorn, both fists clenched. He's happy. Chip gets let through.
Oh boy, they let this through. Alright, they'd better be ready because Zorn is gonna be coming out of their ears at the rate he plays this hero. Especially with the recent buffs as well, making it so that his 4th skill now has a way reduced cooldown. He's gonna be moving around the map heavily.
Bounty lock in Natan and as well as Fredrin very early on against the Homeboys. They want some form of peel, and they want a scaling gold laner, both of which they are able to achieve. Now, if we think about chip counters, right, 2 prominent ones come to mind, both of which Homeboys actually have pulled off very well. The Odette and as well as the Belleric.
Well, I don't know whether or not Bounty Esports is able to play these types of heroes. I think Aziz could have the potential to play on the Odette, but Belleric may be a little bit far-reaching based on what we've seen from Bounty so far. Homeboys lock in the Barats, and they will still stick with the carry. Oh, interesting.
I mean, it doesn't really matter, right? It's up to the gold laner what they want to do. If they want to play Claude, sure, there's nothing wrong here. I don't think there's like a proper solution to Natan just yet. It's just how fast can you scale in comparison to your opponent, right? We see Bounty lock in, as you called it, right? Aziz will have an opportunity to play the Odette this time round.
Oh, Odette, now that she is immune to most crowd control during that ultimate, will be able to dish out a lot of damage if Aziz is able to pop down the Swan Song right in the middle of the chip portal. But there are, of course, certain heroes with easy access to get rid of this, because things like Knockup do actually count to cancel as well.
Yep, and that's why Bounty is banning out the Vexana. Very, very smart options here. Looks like they are fairly prepared to deal with this chip. Homeboys getting rid of the Minotaur. I think that's pretty smart as well. I think the only other thing that they need to get rid of is probably Grok.
Getting rid of Grok makes sense to me. Someone that's able to open up the map and at least make sure that Zorn isn't hiding in some random bush somewhere. Information gonna be very important, because that's something Bounty Esports was sorely lacking in Game 1.
Lilia banned from Bounty, making sure that they don't have a similar issue like they did in game number 1. They just had no control and no priority over that mid lane, and Lilia is just really great at pushing, even if she doesn't get the most amazing trades.
I'm suspecting Homeboys will want to go towards the Farsa in this case, a hero that can do damage from outside the Swan Song radius and punish Aziz from standing in place as well. Homeboys, they get rid of the CC, so the Grok would be a potential choice.
Getting rid of the CC. I mean, Havas's hero pool is really not that affected. Keto, Benedetta, both still up in the air, both of which not that bad. I think Paquito is a lot more punishable in these types of situations. Benedetta with the eye for an eye. Even if Chip decides to go for a gank, you do at least have some form of counterplay.
Paquito would actually be very valuable for the homeboy, because if I'm not wrong, Knockout Strike would be a knockout, right? It would be able to cancel that Swan Song. Ooh, but the Tigreal, another hero that can punish the portal plays coming out of the homeboy. So I am really liking what Bounty Esports is bringing here, but they have to be careful, because this locks them into a very team fight lineup.
Yeah. Now the question for the homeboys is how exactly are they going to take control over this mid lane, right? If Chip is going to be all over the place, therefore it means that Udil is going to be a little bit slower on that rotate until Chip hits 4. So it's about wave clear, right? I would agree with you that Farsa isn't too bad of an option here, but there should be some consideration for Valentina as well.
You just steal away the Swan Song and you have 2 big circles of death at the same time. Would be pretty funny. Even stealing the implosion might not be too bad. But I do hear the Paquito and the Luo Yi. Oh man, Chip Luo Yi. Okay.
Okay, alright, so it's going to be playing all across the map, and now Havas is going to actually get to play Benedetta, which is great, because now even if they do start to fall behind, Havas has an option to maybe turn the tides for Bounty.
Yeah, I love the Benedetta here. If you're playing against Chip and Luo Yi, homeboys are gonna rotate at astounding speeds. You need a hero that can somewhat match that, and at least provide some macro play as well if the team fighting doesn't work out.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting matchup overall, because the lane between Udil and as well as Aziz, I mean, I'm hoping that Yanlord is going to make it uninteractive, but who knows with both of these teams, right? So many plays can be made. Yanlord has to make some hard predictions on when Zorn is going to show up on the map, and hopefully nobody's caught with their pants down.
Well, let's hope that their belts are tightened here, because we're entering into game number 2 between Bounty Esports and the Homeboys. We return to the land of Dawn to determine whether the defending champions can clean sweep against the Hunters.
Well, let's jump right into this game. Let's see where the junglers are going to start to have an idea of which part of the map they actually want to attack. I'm not seeing a double leash. I'm not seeing a hard leash just yet. Yeah, looks like Chibi is going to be able to take this out. He's going to get a leash on his orange buff, but not for the purple buff this time round. Yuna going to be starting on the same buff on the opposite side of the map.
Oh, instantly, Havo is going to be targeted
Beautiful.
hard, actually. Already dropped the low HP. No flicker, but he's a Benedetta, so he's able to get out. But already some pressure from Zorn at level 1.
Oh, is he going to lose out on that minion? Oh, okay, he at least gets the EXP. And Yanlord is able to push the wave a little bit closer to him. I think he didn't need to do that at that point. I think he should have looked to gank the opposite side of the map. But at the very least, Havas, this is not exactly the greatest laning phase for now.
Oh, look at how efficient Zorn is. Almost steals that away. The timing just a little bit slow, but Yuna already has to be worried about this. Chibi in a bit of trouble here. Gets pushed back into Yuna. He has the Daytona's welcome, so he's already level 4. He spits him out against the wall. Here comes Zorn, gets the stun. The flicker from Yanlord, not enough to escape. First blood going to Chibi.
Yeah, they should have just given that up, right? Again, it's just lane pressure. It's all about lane priority. I think Bounty Esports really need to get the fundamentals down.
Oh, this could be concerning here. Yuna and Havo is dropped very low straight away. Homeboys, again, not allowing Bounty Esports to get any foothold in the early game.
Yep, Chibi is just sandbagging Yuna right now. Yuna's path has already been figured out thanks to Zorn utilizing that shortcut.
Oh, the 3-man Petrify gets Havos out just barely. That was a really long dash coming in from Zorn as well.
Yeah, just goes to show that the quality of life changes on Chip really do matter in these small skirmishes. Now, the turtle obviously falling into the hands of the Homeboys without any issues whatsoever, but I do think that we should be expecting Aziz to start hitting level 4 as quickly as possible. Probably doesn't want to share that farm with Havas. I think Havas has been put too far behind here.
I really like that Homeboys are focusing on the EXP side of the map. They know that their biggest issue this game is most likely going to be Havos on this Benedetta. If they deny this away from him, then Bounty Esports will be forced to fight into them, basically.
I mean, it's starting to piss me off, to be perfectly honest, right? Because the bottom side, like, Panda isn't able to kind of walk up to this lane against the carry, unfortunately, right? So when are they going to alleviate the pressure? They're like, yes, Havas, you can alleviate the pressure by yourself. You should deny dive opportunities, but you shouldn't be... Oh, no.
Oh, the portal coming in from Zorn. Here comes GB. He gets the Daytona's welcome straight away. Spits him out. Yanlord not level 4 yet. He cannot respond with Implosion. A free kill on the enemy jungle.
Oh, wait. Havas actually coming back. Oh, the portal times out as well. He's forced to have to walk back, and Subpot is able to get a free river crab at the same time.
That's unfortunate. And Zorn is even here before him, too. You think as Benedetta, you should have control over the map. But Chip just walks around in his little hovercraft eating potato chips and outspeeds you anyway.
Oh, man. It just goes to show that the chip buffs really matter here, because previously you would have to wait 30 seconds before you can actually utilize the Y walk. But now, Zorn, he just walks away from the fight, and then just starts sitting on top of the portal, waiting for that cooldown to come off, and then punish whoever is rotating back into lane.
And instantly the rotation from Zorn as well, realizing that Bounty Esports is missing. They're probably on the bottom side of the map, coming over to make sure that Nets is all right. Zorn has so much presence.
Yeah, he's using the Y walk. Awful cooldown at this point. Now he's just waiting for the combat. Yep, he's going to TP again. Wait for it. Shows up on the top side every single time. Can't escape from him.
Sapat already gaining information around the orange buff. We can see Chibi coming in as well. Sapat almost one-shots Havas, drops him to half HP. The portal comes out. Here comes Nets to join the fight as they're dealing damage to Yanlord over the wall too. This orange buff doesn't belong to Bounty Esports anymore. Yuna doesn't even attempt to steal it away.
The worst part is that the people who are supposed to bail Havas out of this really tough, and even Yuna from these tough types of situations, is their mid and as well as gold. Gold, a little less priority because yes, it's Natan, he needs time to scale, but as this, he is getting dunked on in lane.
It's definitely starting to look like a mismatch once again here. Homeboys just seems a little bit too experienced, too skilled in comparison to Bounty. Oh, we have a diversion play coming in straight away. Panda doesn't know what hit him. He ends up exploding inside the belly of the beast. Yanlord will follow. Swan Song doing actually quite a lot of damage as the double kill comes in from Assist. Their Brazers Raft dropping Chibi real low as Havos misses out his dashes, not able to finish things off, but it's a 2-for-2 trade.
Why didn't they start looking to run their opponents down? I think they were nervous about Udil specifically, especially when you have more than one member. Havas hadn't even finished his first item during that fight. That could have been the turnaround, but it just goes to show, right? Homeboys, their timings of these fights are really, really good.
But they definitely overextended just a little bit there. The fact that they traded evenly 2-for-2 in a situation where they should have caught Bounty Esports off guard shows that there are still some mistakes that could be cleaned up. But regardless, their control over the map now is basically assured.
I mean, they're allowed to overextend, right? They have level leads all across the board, and I think the biggest loser here in this situation is Yuna, because he still isn't able to get his farm. He is 3 levels down on GB, who has a 1.4k lead ahead of him. Look at him. GB is just walking up, standing there menacingly. Oh, nice retry, Yuna. Now you don't get the buff for sure.
There's nothing he can do. It's a repeat of game 1 again. A 3-level difference between Chibi and Yuna, and this one seems even more dominating than previous. A conceal from Yanlord just to try and connect in the mid lane. Sapat actually in trouble here. Gets knocked up by Yanlord. Oh, it's not going to be enough though.
Well, they did get Sapat's flicker out. Havas had to use Petrify for it, but it's on a much shorter cooldown. You can see that Bounty, they're willing to start sacrificing lanes at this point. They've lost too much. They have to start grouping up together. They need to play for their composition, despite how the laning phase went.
As for Homeboys, all they really need to do is just keep doing what they're doing. They can see that Zorn and Udil are always going to be able to set up plays across the map. Bounty Esports forced into passivity once again. There's no way for them to expand their presence anywhere. And objectives are just going over free to the Homeboys.
Oh man, this is, I mean, if Havas has anything in him to try and turn the tempo around in favor of Bounty.
Speaking of, here comes the diversion once again. Can Havos escape? He gets stunned, he gets pulled back, he gets moved every which way, and not by his own intention. Instantly ganked and taken out.
No choice. Even the Homeboys recognize that the only person who can really turn this around is Havas. Everybody else has basically been neutered. Aziz needs to be able to have a enabler, somebody to set him up for bigger things, and it's both down to Yanlord and Havas to find that. But Yanlord, he has to babysit too many lanes at once, right? He needs some kind of independency.
And there's no way for Yanlord to just match up the amount of movement that Homeboys have under their kit here. Havo is gonna return to the lane. We have to know that was actually his first death, despite all the pressure. Oh, Yanlord finds Sabat with the flicker implosion, pushes him back into the team. Sabat surviving a long time, still regenning. They get the kill of Panda. Zorn comes in with the portal. Sabat finally picked up, but at what cost? Yuna gonna be taken out, killing spree on Chibi, and Assistant Yanlord forced to escape.
Panda disrespecting Sabat's full damage bill with lethal ignition as well. I mean, he was so surprised at how much damage he did. He didn't even bother to flicker, right? He had the edge spree, and all of a sudden it was already too late.
You gotta be more on the ball there. I feel like Panda, his positioning continues to be a bit too over-aggressive most of the time. And that's what is costing him his ability to maintain these leads.
Yep, spacing could have been better. Let's look at the instant replay, right? Maybe there's something we didn't catch here, right? We see Yanlord flicker in, Panda using the entropy to close the distance and respawn. Gets full comboed 100-0, had no real time. I think Panda might have been trying to buffer in his flicker, but the knock-up strikes just kept on making it difficult.
I think it was Zorn as well, dashing in, getting the knockback and the stun. Oh, here comes Sabat. They're focusing on him once again, but here comes Zorn again with the Y wall, comes in, flips forward, gets the stun on Yuna, drops the portal, but it is enough to catch it. Oh, the damage from Udil takes out Panda from miles away. Yanlord tries to provide a buffer, tries to stop the advance, but it's not enough. Aziz still has to flicker back into her own base, and now the inhibitor will just fall to the homeboys with no contest.
9 minutes without a Lord as well. Bounty, this game is over already. 9K golden lead from the side of the homeboys. Havas is too far behind to make the big tempo shifting play. And I think even for Yanlord as well, no matter what setup he has, I don't think he has enough items to actually sustain in these fights against Subbot or even, I mean, especially Nets.
Trying to see if they could pick off anyone, but they have to realize homeboys can be anywhere on the map they want. They gotta be more careful playing around these chip portals, and even when they're considering those, they have to think about the diversion possibility too. Like, this is just a dream lineup for the homeboys.
Yeah, well, dear God, Voss going for a Malefic Roar to try and find some form of cost-efficient items that have some relevancy in this matchup, and boy.
That's a B, isn't it?
Yeah, they're trying to achieve the B. I mean, the last time they did last time that we thought it was an X. Nah, somebody has been very onto these conspiracy theories on the MPL MY group, explaining the entire concept of it, of how it spells out. Well, if you guys want to know, you can go and find that post itself. I'm not going to bother explaining the entire thing because now we're just waiting for this game to end, right? Homeboys, 10K gold lead. There's no way they whiff this.
It's pretty assured at this point. Like, they have to be like 5-man imploded into this one song, into the Electo, if Bounty wants even a chance. Like, the opportunity can present itself when Homeboys pushes into the base, because all of Bounty will be together. But not sure it's gonna be enough. The Lord at half HP, Panda has enough damage to just take it out, no problem. But there's still more minion waves coming in for the Homeboys, and this mid inhibitor is falling. Havos jumps in to clear the minion wave, gets dropped to 10%, forced to dash back again. And Homeboys, they're just taking this slow. Another tower will fall.
Udil is so strong, right? He's staying so far back. He can allow the rest of his boys to go and start running it down, and they will have something to fall back to, something that Bounty Esports cannot get rid of.
Speaking of, Udil just got Holy Crystal too, so if you thought he wasn't doing enough damage before, he sure is now. The Conceal comes out, Homeboys looking for the endgame push. Yuna trying to form a front line, but his health is just all gone straight away. Oh, the implosion catches 4! 2 Purifies comes out, but Heroes does the portal. Swansong gonna be doing a lot of damage as Chibi and Subbot are instantly picked up in exchange for Yanlord. Bounty Esports actually defends successfully.
Nicely done by Yanlord. Sees that Chibi has already used the Daytona's welcome, finds the opportunity to catch 2. Let's look at the instant replay brought to you by Nescafe. One more time, look at this. As soon as he sees it, instant punish. And GB, it looks like he didn't even have time to react. You saw him use the Daytona's welcome after the fact, so not even trying to pick up Yuna. But man, nicely done by Yanlord. We need a couple more of those before we see them come back into this game.
That really saved them there. 4-man implosion. If Nets and Udil didn't have their Purify for one reason or another, that could have swung the entire game. It's managed to reduce the net worth lead by a little bit, but 9K means it's still overwhelmingly Homeboy's favorite.
Now I'm looking for who has magic resist. Looks like Chibi has already completed his radiant armor. I see an Athena's Athena shield on chip.
Here comes the portal on top of Havos instantly. Well, we know what's about to happen here. Havos, he almost escapes, but that lethal ignition burn finishes the job, and they just portal right back to the Lord Pit.
Oh my goodness. I mean, you can see the decisions being made. Zorn sees that, oh, Havas just used the Electro Final Blow on the wave. All right, I'm just going to punish it. Like, what else can you do to get yourself out of that after the eye for an eye? You just don't have the resources to run away.
Chip has been getting banned every single game so far, and somehow Bounty Esports decides it's a good idea to give it to the original pioneers of the Chip meta. Like, really getting punished here.
Well, all right. Keep your eyes on Yanlord. His flicker's coming up in about 6 seconds.
Yeah, Petrify onto Suppa. They try to jump onto Udil, but Havos is just gone. The Swan Song gets cancelled out straight away. Implosion doesn't do anything. Sword flickers in, stuns the backline. Homeboys doesn't give Bounty a second chance. They end the game. They end the series. It's a clean sweep for the defending champs.
Now the defending champs increasing their points, and more importantly, trying to fight for a bye in the upper brackets of playoffs. Homeboys are looking poised to be able to hold it up strong.
They're looking good, they're looking comfortable, but honestly, Bounty Esports, how do you give Zorn Chip? That has to be a mistake.
I mean, look at their draft. Their draft was prepared to handle it. However, they forgot one single fundamental. No priority, not going to be able to group as easily as you think.
The map just being controlled from start to finish meant that even with AoE, there was no way for them to respond. They brought the chair out. They're taunting straight away. Let's just throw it over the Rose for the interview with the Homeboys.
Kemenangan 2 berbalas kosong untuk pasukan Homeboys. 3 mata penuh dan agak-agaknya sudah secure upper bracket untuk regular seasons musim ini. Alright, Flame Boys sebelum Papa, round of applause kepada Homeboys. Alright, Zorn. First, kejap, apa yang tengah menjadi ni? Alright, so sebelum Papa, Zorn, dengan kemenangan ni 3 mata penuh you guys dapat dan lebih kurang you guys sudah secure upper bracket ataupun top 2. Adakah Homeboys akan test strat ataupun test hero ataupun line up dengan last match korang menentang Barracuda?
Yes, kemungkinan besar kita orang akan turunkan Mal kot untuk dia melawan Barracuda kan.
Oh, kemungkinan besar. So, fans Homeboys stay tune lah kan. Okay, tadi mendapatkan chip sekali lagi. Dan diorang cakap, casters cakap, your chip is technically Zorn Express. Okay, adakah you rasa kalau you dapat hero chip ni masa playoffs, dia akan jadi easy win? Express ke Grand Finals ke?
Rasanya tak ada tim yang berani lepas kot dekat playoff nanti sebab tak tahu, bila main chip rasa semua senang.
So,
senang.
Entire team, like bila dapat chip tu dah entire team cakap, auto win lah, tak payah main lah.
Betul? Kalau boleh AFK je semua.
Wow. Alright, can we please pass it to Sepat? Alright,
Hello,
hi Sepat. Okay, Sepat. So, Zorn cakap kemungkinan besar Mal akan turun untuk match menentang Barracuda. So, Sepat, kalau benda ni jadi, you suka tak kalau Mal yang main? Dan you rasa apa hero yang Mal akan keluarkan?
So, saya suka sangat-sangat sebab Mal adalah secret weapon kita orang untuk kita orang keluarkan kat Barracuda. Sebab Barracuda nak pergi playoff kan?
Yes.
So, kita orang akan hentikan diorang punya dengan Mal lah.
Wow, Barracuda dekat sana.
Hey, Barracuda. Hati-hati dengan Mal next week.
Wow. Okay guys, so rasanya MVP kita dah ready. Tapi mari kita tanya audience, MVP untuk perlawanan ni siapa? I dengar 2 nama je, Chibi ataupun Zorn. So, apa kata kita tengok MVP kita in 3, 2, 1. MVP untuk perlawanan ni jatuh kepada Chibi. Wow.
Okay.
Alright, so Chibi.
Yeah.
Tadi sebelum game kedua, actually kita play video yang interview I buat last week pasal jungler tips ataupun yang you nak bagi dekat aspiring pro players kan.
Betul.
Tapi I'm pretty sure ramai orang cakap, okay, sekarang ramai orang cakap patch baru sepatutnya assassin dah muncul balik kan. Tapi masih lagi tank jungle yang you guys selalu pakai. Apa sepatutnya yang akan menjadi so that assassin patch memang boleh kembali?
Mungkin lawannya kot. Kalau lawannya mau ada assassin, ya kita adu assassin gitu.
Oh, so adakah playoffs kita akan nampak Chibi bawa assassin lain?
Mungkin Fanny kot.
Wow! Korang nak tak Fanny dekat playoffs nanti? The crowd is saying, Coach Pubs, dengar The crowd nak Fanny masa playoffs.
Fanny.
Boleh. Alright. Okay, let's go for Udil.
Del. Tidur aja, Del. Kalau ngantuk banget kan tadi kan, tidur aja.
Aku rasa kami tanah interview, kami nak tidur balik.
Okay, good morning. Alright, good morning Udil. Okay, Udil.
Aku serius.
Okay, Udil, are you guys ready for playoffs?
Clearly, ya, insyaAllah kami ready untuk playoff.
Okay, so since playoffs dah nak datang and agak-agaknya dah tahulah kan siapa masuk playoffs.
Ya,
Udil nak lawan siapa sekali lagi dekat playoffs dan kenapa?
Semua lawannya udah tumbang. Yang ada di radar kami macam KGE ke lepas tu RSG ke sama Toda, mereka semua udah menghilang. So aku rasa kami nak enjoy moment aja lah. Tapi tadi ada special request dari Chibi.
Oh, yeah.
Kami nak jumpa tim Hawk.
Oh,
Yeah.
kenapa Team Hub?
Sebab apa ya, Bi?
Sebab jungle-nya banyak borak.
Siapapun lawan Chibi, dia lawan aku juga. So kami nak jumpa tim Hawk.
Wow. One's enemy is the entire team's enemy.
Sama ini RSG PH.
Demokai. Ayo Demokai, sini lo maju.
Okay lah. Mana tahu kan dekat MSC boleh jumpa diorang. Mana tahu.
Yeah.
Okay, Nets. Before we wrap things up. Okay, Nets bahasa Melayu dah improve banyak sangat. And I'm pretty sure ramai orang tahu. Okay, Nets. Malu-malu, cok. Okay, jangan malu. Okay, Nets. What do you want to say to all the Flame boys who came today to watch your game? And don't forget to tell them to come next week again. Anong masasabi mo sa mga dumating na Flame boys? And wag mo kalimutan, sabihin mo na manood ulit sila sa match nyo next week. Bahasa Melayu, Coach Pops cakap. Let's go. Semangat, Nets. Ramai orang suruh bila I buat live kan, ramai orang suruh. Nets cakap. Go on, Nets. You can do this, Nets. Wait. Come on, Nets. Hurry, Nets. Bilisan mo. Coach, ajar dia. Ramai orang nak dengar Nets cakap Melayu. Come on, guys. Cheer for Nets. Okay lah, Coach Pops je lah. Nets tak nak. Nets malu. Coach Pops je.
Untuk Flame Boys, terima kasih sebab sentiasa support kita orang. Untuk yang datang, terima kasih. Untuk fans Bounty ke Homeboys ke tak kisah, mana-mana yang sudi datang game hari ni, terima kasih sangat sebab sudi datang. And jangan lupa untuk terus support kita orang. Terima kasih.
Alright, terima kasih dan congratulations to Homeboys. Jangan campak mic. Dah tahu dah diorang nak buat apa. Jangan campak. Alright guys, ini dia perlawanan pembukaan untuk minggu kelima hari terakhir. Homeboys menentang Bounty Esports, 3 mata penuh untuk Homeboys. Selepas ni kita ada satu lagi match yang akan jadi sengit. Tapi sebelum tu, mari let's throw it back to the casters untuk mendapat tahu apa yang jadi dalam game kedua dalam Best of 3 series ni. So casters, silakan.
I would certainly be very excited to find out what kind of unique strategies and picks the Homeboys will bring now that they're basically guaranteed a spot in the upper bracket. And how well Maul will play as well, considering it's been so long since we've seen him.
Hey, I don't know. If they ended up losing their bye in the upper brackets just because they decided to play them all against Barracudas, that would be very upsetting. But so far, the Homeboys, it looks like everything is in tip-top shape, right? Communications is good, the responses are good, the game sense is through the roof, and they also have some solid answers, especially when we're talking about anything involving Chip.
Absolutely. The chip is just like Rose mentioned, right? Zorn Express. It's a little bit too much. It's a fast track to victory for the Homeboys. And even more so when you have Chibi performing like this. 7-1-14 total KDA on 2 jungle tanks. That is impressive.
He just continues to make sure that there's just no breathing room for any of the players from the side of Bounty, right? You can see them at a certain point, they just started sacrificing lanes because it's more important to play how their comp is designed to play as a team, as a group. It's all about those big wombo combos, and Homeboys were just making sure that the tempo breakers didn't go online. People like Panda, for an example, despite this being a 13-minute match, he was able to achieve 3 items, but Havas continuously receiving attack after attack after attack, putting him further and further behind, 2 levels down on Supa by the end of the game, just not giving them that opportunity, and it was all up to Yanlord at the end by himself to try and turn things around.
It's a very smart approach from the Homeboys because they know that with the Tigreal and the Odette, Bounty Esports wants to directly fight them when they're playing around the portal. And Bounty's safety net is basically Havos on this Benedetta if that somehow doesn't work out. So what's the best way to do it? Make sure they don't have a backup. Deny the EXP lane right off the bat. And although Havos did a good job of making sure he didn't get picked off, he wasn't able to exert any pressure, which meant that Bounty had no control over the map, which meant that they couldn't respond to Zorn and Udil teleporting everywhere.
Yeah, they needed to have better team play, right? Because some people need to be bailed out of their lanes. People like Aziz, for an example. Yuna definitely should have rotated through the mid lane to actually break the freeze, or at the very least, allow Aziz to actually rotate so he never comes late to these fights. Like Udil is not only trading extremely well, he is diffing Aziz in the lane, and it's a 1v1 lane because Zorn is basically nowhere near the mid lane the majority of the game.
It's a tough matchup considering the experience and maturity of Udil as a player. One of the original Kages up against a brand new MPL newbie. Like, we can't even blame Aziz all that much. It's such a difficult matchup to have to consider, especially when the rest of your team is getting destroyed at every turn.
Yeah, at some point, somebody has to sacrifice. And I understand that Havas is willing to take a lot of that weight on his shoulders, but at some point of time, Bounty really need to start playing together. There needs to be bailouts. There needs to be communication about the state of your lane, because it feels like nobody is communicating what exactly is going on.
Experience playing a big factor, as well as the trust and coordination among teammates here. We could see that Homeboys has built up a very strong bond and synergy in the way that they approach a lot of these fights. You may say that, yes, they're a little bit orchestrated at sometimes, like very one-dimensional with the way they approach things, but they play a textbook. They do exactly what they need to do, and oftentimes that's going to be enough, especially against more inexperienced teams.
I think they're just abusing their game sense here, right? Once Zorn has all the information he needs, he makes sure that the tempo is always on their side, and he's using it to pressure Bounty and being able to very easily predict, oh, you've just cleared your entire bot side? No problem. I'm going to just show up on that top side. And he also informs ahead of time, hey, Supa, start pushing your lane right now. The jungler is going to be there at about 10 seconds. If you want to trade against your lane, just call me over. I'll be there.
He's there every single time, and the way he aggressively plays Chip as well, flickering forward to get the knockback and stun on his skill 1 is excellent. It does so much and contributes to so many of the catches that Bounty Esports were able to get. If Chibi didn't get MVP of this match, it definitely would have been Zorn with the way he was playing Guinevere in game 1, and then Chip this time. But all of Homeboys are definitely firing on all cylinders.
Previously, when Homeboys was running Warlord instead, Warlord before Udil actually joined the organization, Subot had to take a much more sacrificial role, right? He is looking to sandbag, he is looking to stall out, but now he's calling for resources, and Udil is allowed to actually take a step back, knowing his lane matchup, using his game experience, game knowledge as well. And it's great to see that our local players are actually taking advantage of this fact, right? Zorn is able to not only help out Nets, but he's making sure that the right people are getting ahead when they make a call for it. I don't think it's all Zorn just saying, hey, we need to be on this side of the map. Hey, everybody else needs to be on this side of the map. I think that even Chibi and Suppa are very helpful in reflecting how they want to play the game and what resources they can actually take advantage of.
Homeboys have very aggressive personalities when they're playing in-game. They like to fight, they like to look for ganks. And while they have had to adjust that aggressiveness in past metas to adjust to what needed to be done, I think this is a meta that suits them very well, and they found a lineup that suits them very well too. Their approach to the game feels very natural, very comfortable, and they don't feel forced, which helps a lot.
It's not forced at all. Just another day in the office for the side of the Homeboys. Bounty, they need a lot more time before they can become a well-oiled machine. Because as of right now, it just feels like they're kind of playing very individually, like you mentioned before in game number 1. And more importantly, doesn't feel like anybody really wants to sacrifice much gold or EXP for the good of the rest of the team.
Bounty Esports are lacking in their overall coordination, and they're also lacking in their ability to make proactive moves around the map to try and create space. It's very reactive, and I think that happens with a lot of weaker, more inexperienced teams here. Stronger teams are able to adapt on the fly. That's what separates them from the rest. Nets getting the rich guy once again, 852 GPM. Udil having the highest damage done because that low Yi damage was insane. Yuna again being forced to be the sandbag, and Zorn on the best wingman. Isn't that the same as his score too?
Yep, it's basically the exact same. I mean, he is nasty on this chip, man. Like, it's just, he knows exactly what the lanes are going to start looking like. He's got everybody else to back him up on it. That level 1 gank, against Havas in the first first minute of the game, actually. We're probably going to see it here in the game highlights. Once that gank happened, it made it so difficult to play the game because now Subbot is able to move out of the lane for free, forcing an early recall on Havas' side. They hit their level 4s. They start punishing Yuna and putting all their resources to make sure he can't do anything. And then finally, the last nail in the coffin is making sure that Panda doesn't get to his 3 items on tempo.
Homeboys understands that Bounty relies on tempo, relies on snowballing to actually get ahead, so they make sure they're the ones playing quicker from the beginning. And in the late game, although Bounty tried to make things happen, we see Panda back to his old habits of standing way too far in front and underestimating their opponents in desperation to get kills and damage done. Homeboys, they're just able to catch up every single time. The portals, the diversions, the Swan Song literally doing nothing at this late stage of the game, and Homeboys knows it.
Yep, and worse yet, oh man, this catch from Yanlord was incredible. Forcing out both Purifies from both Netson as well as Udil. This is the combo that they've been attempting so often, but they can just never get it online, right? Like even Havas, he tries to go for this exact same engage, and Yanlord is just waiting for his flicker. Why isn't there communication? Why isn't Yanlord saying, just give me a couple more seconds to get this flicker online, and then we can make something happen?
It's very individualistic, and that's what we pointed out multiple times, and it becomes clearer the closer you look at it. But now, because of this loss, we can see that Bounty Esports has actually dropped to the bottom of the standings, the last place they want to be. It's going to depend very much on how well Niners and Barracuda do to see if they can stay in MPL.
Now keep in mind, if you are in 10th place, you are immediately relegated. If you are in 9th place, you have an opportunity to fight for your spot against number 2 of the MAL, our version of the MDL here in Malaysia. Even so, there's still a very good opportunity, right? With Niners, they've only played 7 total games. They still have 2 games to go to make sure that they're out of that bottom 2. So it's kind of up to the Barracudas whether or not they can try to increase the point gap lead.
And when Homeboys are carrying a 3-point advantage now, they not only stay in second place, they built up a pretty sizable gap between them and Todak in third place as well. So it's very safe for them to consider that they will be moving on to the upper bracket of the playoffs.
Well, the only situation I can see that they drop the next game, don't get any points, and Todak is able to clean up 2-0 for both of their final matchups, and maybe that should put them at 18
I
points?
believe so.
That would be the most ideal. Oh, wait, that would also apply to... No, King Empire is only on 1 game left rather than 2.
So the chart's starting to solidify a little bit, but still plenty of room for movement as long as these teams are able to pick up the slack and really push forward, because these playoffs are gonna be exciting, right? Every single match is a best of 5. It's gonna be a true test of our team's capabilities now.
Yep, and also with those best of 5s, I really hope that a lot of teams start to figure out what they want in this draft, because right now with Homeboys, their giant hero pool is really making it easy for them to get away with anything. You take away a couple of our weapons, we've got plenty more in the bag.
Having that multi-tool is always handy, right? You gotta keep one in your back pocket because you never know when it will come in handy. So it's a big strength that the Homeboys can draw upon, and they look good while doing it as well. Just like you guys can look good while playing your MLBB games by welcoming brand new challenges to the land of Dawn. The highly anticipated new characters of the MLBB X King of Fighters 97 collaboration have been unveiled, and they've been here since the 24th of April. You got popular characters like Hyoku Sanagi for Valir, Mai Shiranui for Masha, and Terry Bogard for Paquito, all of which are bringing unique fighting techniques to the land of Dawn for the ultimate showdown.
So, why waste any time? Start rolling for it while you still can. This is a limited time event, and the last time I heard about the KOF skins, man, so many of my friends are like, when is it coming back? And I'm like, dude, it's a limited time event. It's not coming back for a while.
It means that you'd better jump on the opportunity while it is still here. Those skins look pretty good. We've already gotten to see some of them. I think there's been a lot of Terry Bogards because Paquito has been getting a lot more popular, and the sound effects are great.
Oh, they're so good. I always love the old arcadey effects here, and KOF 97, nevertheless, still looking good. But coming up next, our next matchup of the day, Barracudas up against SRG.
Ooh, this definitely looks like it would be another one-sided matchup here. The Red Giants have been in a class of their own. And while Barracuda has been making strides, they're still among the weaker side of the season. So it's gonna be a massive challenge for them.
Well, I can't wait to see Barracuda try once again for a double fighter snowball comp against SRG, because I would very much like to see how the laners are going to handle that type of pressure.
And after that, we'll have one final match at the end of the day as well, with Todak versus the Niners. So still plenty of action happening here before we call the end of week number 5. But yeah, really excited for everything that's happened, and really excited that we're only a week away from the end of the regular season, a couple of weeks away from the playoffs. How have you felt about the season so far?
Well, I think the season could have definitely been better for some of these teams. I definitely think that the polish was lacking until about week 4 is when we started to see everybody have that nice varnish on top of their overall gameplay. I do hope for playoffs, teams like Todak as well as Team Hawk really start finding their own identity, and I think that's when the playoffs will get spicy.
Yep, adaptability, being able to play your unique styles, relying on big hero pools. We're seeing the top teams really eke out advantages in multiple places, not just in their own gameplay. For now, though, we're gonna jump into a bit of a break. You'll have the mic check for you guys to entertain yourselves. When we come back, Red Giants versus Barracuda. We'll see you guys there.
Nobody. Nice, guys. Get one. Nice one. Tangan aku 2 second.
Woo! Perang! Yeay, perang! Perang!
Untuk aku guys. Harit.
Kita tengah perang. Perang. Yeay! Jangan mati.
Dapat balik.
Wih, dapat Aris ya?
Dapat balik. Nice one.
Terbaik.
Orang.
Tak ada minit.
Aduh.
Wait. Okay. Ada minit. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Go.
Jom, surprise.
Yeay, hero.
Tahu guys.
Astagfirullahaladzim.
Alhamdulillah.
Baik.
Aswan.
Aku balik atas. Nampak dengan minion cuk.
Jom guys.
Push.
Nice one.
Nice one Pan. Nice one Pan. Nice one Pan. Stun. Stun 2. Dalam. Uish, Muaiz sakit tu.
Dapat tiga.
Nice one.
Sentil sakitnya.
Nice one.
Ke bawah, Pan.
Anjing gue yang stun.
Nice. Balik lot.
My best friend mati.
Wow, nice one.
Alhamdulillah.
Easy apa bracket guys?
Alhamdulillah ya Allah.
Pelbagai kejayaan dapat dikecapi, sejarah baru telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur. Sampai bila nak kalah? Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat, ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita. Untuk melakukan serangan yang sebenar, tarik nafas yang panjang kerana terima magic kuda 2-1 dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat mudah.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MAL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MAL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MAL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MAL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MAL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke playoff akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Sempat masuk dengan adanya Bad Dragon Form. Cuba untuk mencari mangsa Aziz, nyawa cukup rendah tapi kali ini sempat. Mungkin akan berjaya untuk membakar Aziz. Begitu saja digugurkan. Tetapi untuk pasukan Bounty sebab ada Panda. Cuba untuk masuk ke hadapan tetapi pasukan Homeboys mungkin akan mengunci kedudukan Panda pada kali ini. Tapi Panda yang telah digugurkan oleh Nets mencari mangsa seterusnya. Satu lagi. Tapi kali ini masuk ke hadapan. Masih lagi cuba untuk bertahan. Tapi S-Bot nyawa cukup rendah. Tapi Yuna yang hilang tangan Nets. Mencari mangsa seterusnya. Double kill untuk Nets berbakar S-Bot. Mencari lagi pasukan Bounty sebab kali ini Panda juga datang.
Dan juga Panda dapat keluarkan free damage. Oh,
Ui, dia tahu.
Implosion tiba-tiba saja sampai mencari Sepat. Agak bahaya untuk Sepat. Jauh cukup rendah. Kali ini mungkin akan hilang di tangan pasukan Bounty Sepat. Tapi Panda ini tumbang oleh Tan. Mencari mangsa seterusnya. Tapi Sepat ditumbang oleh Yuna. Cuba untuk masuk adanya Aziz pada arah belakang. Tapi Yuna yang belakang. Tapi Yuna menirba damage yang cukup besar. Apa kepada Zon yang akan masuk. Yalah. Implosion dilakukan perkali ini mencari pemain pasukan Homeboys. Tapi Sepat telah ditumbangkan. Cibina tak ada. Mencari pemain.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia, layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemaskini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Musim baru, line-up baru, jersey baru. Jersey telah menjadi topik hangat sejak hari pertama MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 bermula. Namun, apakah pendapat pemain dan penonton tentang jersey musim ini? You rasa jersey mana yang paling lawa?
JP Niners lah.
Jersey rempit, JP Niners. Macam Moon je, saya rempit.
Paling lawa Barakuda. Tahu kan dia punya yang buat baju ni Choi. Choi ni baju dia memang lawa.
Sejujurnya Todak.
SRG. Bagi saya KGE lah.
Judgement dia lain daripada lain. Apa least favourite jersey?
Paling bawah sekali, saya rasa saya letak King Empire. Dia nampak e-sport. Tapi e-sport tu maybe 3 tahun lepas punya design.
KGE paling kurang. Oh, King Empire. Orangnya handsome. Jersey-nya kurang sikit.
Barakuda.
Saya rasa Bounty kot. Dia design macam 90-an.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
같이 간다요. Hey, come on. 오케이. 나와. 게이다. Satu sekali kejutuin dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Edge fight as long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 41! Backline already, and you're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleats it all the way up. Just no way for him to run. Just...
Kita akan ada satu buah reward manipulation membuat pergerakan dari Liga tuh lalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumpah.
Menang, kalah, pressure, harapan, skill, mistake, dah ready. Kalah, dihentak, tuntut semua untuk peminat.
Spotlight melambangkan satu sosok tumpuan. Tumpuan untuk melakukan yang terbaik.
Tumpuan untuk menjadi seorang role model.
Pelaburan, pengorbanan, semuanya.
Sorotan itu penting. Ia membuatkan kita percaya.
The supporters will witness our fights and our struggles. Memikul harapan untuk mempertahankan kemenangan.
Menjadi cabaran terbesar untuk mencapai matlamat kami.
Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecam di rumah kita.
Harapan masih terpahat di hati.
Untuk menjadi juara.
Meneruskan legasi kami.
Di bawah cahaya, semuanya menjadi lebih jelas.
Underdog, kuda hitam? No, kami adalah Monster Vicious.
Cahaya impian telah menerangi pentas ini.
Kejayaan bukan lagi dongeng.
Not just a dream.
Ia arti harapan yang sebenar.
Mungkin ada yang sangka bahawa harapan ini akan hilang.
Tapi bukan kami.
Ini harapan kami. Ini semangat kami. Bersama kami mencapai satu tujuan.
Mencari sinar yang paling terang.
Ready posing eh? Right.
Okey.
Nikmati jago 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
Lu panggil punya legend semua bijak sama gua sekarang gua mau tengok. Lu jaga dia. Lu masuk sama Tony. Gua minta. Bukan senang mau masuk ke tempat mah. Syah, lu mau saya masuk ke bangsa di belakang. Lu juga sama gua. Nanti gua ke sini mau.
Ready. Alright. Ready posing Right. Okay.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Kami akan bantai Barakuda.
Kau nak main sini, kau tak payah nak ada mentality champion. Biar. Dia main lepas sudah lah. Oi, kau terus gila. Dah. Nak cari kit, tak payah kit.
Paling tak lupa time minta maaf.
I have no idea with that. Maybe masih ingat banyak lah.
Nak cerita buruk ke nak cerita baik
Betul adalah macam conflict sikit. Macam saya bergaduh dengan mak saya kan. Nak masuk e-sport. Sampaikan saya kenal rumah.
Aku ada terbaca lah orang cakap, Im ni dah rusty teruk lah. Dah boleh pergi kerja kilang lah. tapi ya aku okey je sebenarnya. Yang video aku viral nangis-nangis apa semua itu bukan sebab aku kecewa dengan kecaman orang apa semua, tak ada. Kecaman netizen semua aku tak kisah pun. Semua tu like aku disappointed dengan aku punya performance je. Dengan apa yang aku bagi, apa yang hard work yang aku put. Tapi end up performance aku macam tu lah. Sebab aku tahu orang-orang yang komen apa semua, diorang tak tahu pun apa yang terjadi. Diorang nampak daripada luar, diorang tak tahu apa yang dalam. Macam ibarat kita tengok bola, dia ni passing tu betul lah. Kita bukan tahu, kita bukan join training pun. Kenapa Harry Maguire main setiap minggu? Kita tak tahu pun dalam training dia macam mana.
Pergaduhan yang paling risau, perit dan pedih lah kan. Kita tak ada cakap apa-apa. Cuma waktu tu MPL Season 6 di mana Todak tak ada kalah lagi best of 3. Waktu tu pressure dia sangat besar sebab orang semua mengharapkan kita menang daripada regular season sampai habis. And waktu tu masing-masing pelik gameplay dia. Pelik gila kan. Macam timing tak kena. Pakai hero pun pelik-pelik and dengan pressure apa semua pun bengang. Mental, ketuk meja, kata kita main apa benda ni kan. Waktu tu nak play off dah. Tak silap pun lagi 2 hari dah nak play off season 6. Kalau korang main macam ni, better aku pergi main dengan parti-parti Indo joki apa semua kan. Lagi bagus daripada aku main dengan korang kan. Biasalah kan, kita bekerja as a team, as a kumpulan kan. So kalau tak gaduh tu bukan team lah maksudnya kan. So bila habis tu dah macam biasa je lah. Basically kita orang gaduh macam tu je. Dia tak ada lebih-lebih sebab try to be professional lah. Try to not take it personal sebab in the end of the day kita nak kena bermain dengan orang tu juga kan.
The M3 lah for me seriously is so hard for me. The M3. Until now I still cannot forget about it. Just like we scream, we rustic. I think for the 2 days already, almost 12 game like that. And then I score to Zaim, I score to everyone, and then we almost want to fight like that. But after that, I still think I'm correct like that. But I didn't say sorry to Zaim and semua like that. I feel so bad. Until now, like that. I cannot forget. I think this one moment also.
Maybe it will make someone cry.
I think a lot. This one actually is a lot. I feel that I so bad on this. Every season I think quite because of me, because of pressure. I pressure him a lot to cover me to become a best slider. My bad. Sorry. I tank.
Saya adalah minta maaf dengan ibu saya sampai saya melutut. Sampai saya melutut dah saya minta maaf dengan dia sebab ya kan ibu kita kan nak yang terbaik untuk kita kan. Tapi mungkin sebab dia tak nampak lagi lah masa tu game tu macam boleh buat duit. Dia fikir macam masa tu game tu hanya main untuk hiburan, macam buang masa. Tapi bila saya start yang ni yang sebelum ni saya start tier 2 tu saya dah start macam menang tournament. Dan tu dengan RTZ kan. Saya menang tournament dapat duit. Dan tu baru dia dah macam dia dah start support so slow lah dia start support. Kira dia macam penyemangat saya lah untuk teruskan dalam e-sport lah.
Untuk yang memaafkan AJ, memaafkan orang yang dengki dengan AJ. Dengki tu maksudnya dia sampai buat sesuatu, sampai menutup perut nasi AJ sendiri. Tapi AJ tetap memaafkan orang tu. Itu yang paling besar.
Bagi saya banyaklah salah dengan ID sebab masa kat RSG, saya 10 saya banyak marah dia buat dia nangis lah sebab saya tak suka sikap dia. Dan sebab saya terasalah sampai sekarang benda yang saya buat tu salah tapi saya mungkin ego tak minta maaf dan sekarang baru saya rasalah saya sebagai senior saya tak sepatutnya buat macam tu lah kat dia masa kat RJ. Dan saya terharu sebab masa tak ada orang ingat saya, ambil saya, dia yang cari saya dan try saya untuk ke tim hak. Yalah, saya banyak buat salah kat dia tapi dia masih ingat saya dan saya nak berterima kasih lah dekat Iris sebab bagi saya peluang lagi untuk ke pro scene ni.
Actually, after the game, I will apologize to them. Just like because I thinking just like I want to win only. Because for my positive, everything is I want to win. I want to improve myself. I want to improve the tank. But I never care about the people feeling anything like that. So 我可能不太善于怎样去道歉，但是我会用我的行动证明我的道歉方式是对的。
Aku tak rasa semua orang boleh macam aku untuk minta maaf sebab bagi aku kalau kita minta maaf ni kita dah lepas satu tanggungjawab. Aku dah rasa satu kepuasan. Macam even benda tu bukan salah aku, especially salah aku akan minta maaf. Sebab aku tahu kebanyakan manusia ni dia tak nak minta maaf. So aku minta maaf. Sebab benda tu simple lah, dua perkataan lah, minta maaf tapi tak semua orang boleh buat.
Hari ini kami dapat jemputan daripada tim Hak untuk menyaksikan MPL My Season 13. Apa yang saya rasa dan anak-anak yang saya jaga ni rasa membahagiakan diorang. Dalam masa yang sama diorang sangat excited untuk tengok game-game MPL ni sebab selalunya kita tengok kat phone kan. So hari ni diorang dapat tengok live. Dan diorang pun memang suka main Mobile Legends ni. Alhamdulillah rezeki kita orang dijemput dan kita Kita sangat berterima kasih kepada tim Hak sebab jemput kita orang untuk dapat rasa pengalaman tengok MPL My secara live.
Kami dari tim Hak ingin mengucapkan
I think even Ducky himself is very vocal about this. They wanted to lose, actually. They wanted to eventually lose against a team because
pro players put in so much time that I've seen videos that Keyboy's hand is shaking and everything like that. Like he's moving his head like very frantically, you know, that kind of motion.
You know, like I think sometimes we get very caught up in the you know, Indonesian pride, Malaysian pride, North America pride, Philippines pride, when the reality is like the org just wants to win. You know, that's like the org. It's more of like Team Hawk pride, RSG pride. You know, that's where the management is coming from. It's like I think last year we saw the rise of just MLBB globally.
Oh yeah.
We saw the downfall of NA.
No, don't put it that way.
My bad. We're just on equal terms with Malaysia now.
Tarik. Ada puri. Nice guys. Get one. Nice one. Asyam. Tangan aku 2 second.
Woo! Perang! Yeay, perang!
Boleh tengok aku guys. Harit.
Kita tengah perang. Perang. Yeay! Jangan mati.
Dah balik. Nice one.
Terbaik.
Orang.
Tak ada minit.
Aduh.
Wait. Okay. Ada minit. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Go.
Surprise.
Perang, hero.
Party guys. Tahu guys.
Astagfirullahalazim.
Alhamdulillah.
Kita gol.
Baik.
Nice one.
Aku balik atas. Maaf. Nampak dengan minion cuk.
Jom.
Push. Nice one.
Nice one, Pan. Stun. Stun 2. Dalam. Uish, Muai sakit tu.
Dapat tiga.
Nice one.
Sendil sakitnya.
Nice one.
Kapan.
Anjing gua yang stun.
Nice. Balik lot.
My best friend mati.
Wow, nice one.
Alhamdulillah. Easy apa bracket guys?
Alhamdulillah Allah.
Kejayaan dapat dikecapi, sejarah baru telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur.
Sampai bila nak kalah?
Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat, ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, timur, barat dan selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita. Untuk melakukan serangan yang sebenar, tarik nafas yang panjang kerana triple magic kuda
2-1 dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat mudah. Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MAL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MAL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MAL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MAL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MAL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Sempat masuk dengan adanya Bad Dragon Form. Cuba untuk mencari mangsa Aziz yang cukup rendah tapi kali ini sempat. Mungkin akan berjaya untuk membakar Aziz. Begitu saja digugurkan. Tetapi untuk pasukan Bounty sebab ada Panda. Cuba untuk masuk ke hadapan tetapi pasukan Homeboys mungkin akan mengunci kedudukan Panda pada kali ini. Tapi Panda yang telah digugurkan oleh Nets mencari mangsa seterusnya. Satu lagi. Tapi kali ini masuk ke hadapan. Masih lagi cuba untuk bertahan. Tapi Iceball yang cukup rendah. Tapi Yuna yang hilang tangan Nets. Mencari mangsa seterusnya. Double kill untuk Nets membakar Iceball. Mencari lagi pasukan Bounty sebab kali ini Panda juga datang.
Dan juga Panda dapat keluarkan free damage. Oh,
ui, dia tahu. Implosion tiba-tiba saja sampai mencari Sepat. Agak bahaya untuk Sepat yang cukup rendah. Kali ini mungkin akan hilang di tangan pasukan Bounty Sepat. Tapi Panda ini tembak oleh Tan. Mencari mangsa seterusnya tapi Sepat ditembak oleh Yuna. Cuba untuk masuk adanya Aziz pada belakang tapi Yuna yang belakang. Tapi Yuna menirba damage yang cukup besar. Apa kepada Zah yang bukan masuk. Yalah. Implosion dilakukan pada kali ini mencari pemain Homeboys tapi Sepat telah ditumbalkan. Cimina tak ada. Mencari pemain.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemaskini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Musim baru, line-up baru, jersey baru. Jersey telah menjadi topik hangat sejak hari pertama MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 bermula. Namun, apakah pendapat pemain dan penonton tentang jersey musim ini? You rasa jersey mana yang paling lawa?
JP Niners lah.
Jersey rempit, JP Niners. Macam Mun je, saya rempit.
Paling lawa Barakuda. Tahu kan dia punya yang buat baju ni Choi. Choi ni baju dia memang lawa.
Sejujurnya Todak.
SRG. Bagi saya KGE lah.
Judgement dia lain daripada lain. Apa least favourite jersey?
Paling bawah sekali, I rasa I letak King Empire. Dia nampak e-sport. Tapi e-sport tu maybe 3 tahun lepas punya design.
KGE paling kurang. Oh, King Empire. Orangnya handsome, jersey-nya kurang sikit.
Barakuda.
Saya rasa Bounty kot. Dia design macam 90-an.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Hey, come on. Okay. Power Gazer. Satu sekali Kenjut Doim dan Albert di sana. Ternyata harus hilang.
Avalanche fight as Lone gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, naroon na si Patincha, yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 41! Backline already, and you're running for the lives, gunning it. Jerry trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just no way for him to run.
Kita kata ada satu warrior weapon di Malaysia membuat pergerakan dari Liga terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Menang, kalah, pressure, harapan, skill, mistake, dah ready. Kalah, dihentak, tuntut semua untuk peminat.
Spotlight melambangkan satu sosok tumpuan.
Tumpuan untuk melakukan yang terbaik. Tumpuan untuk menjadi seorang role model.
Pelaburan
Sorotan itu penting. Ia membuatkan kita percaya.
The supporters we witness our fights and our struggles.
Memikul harapan untuk mempertahankan kemenangan.
Menjadi cabaran terbesar untuk mencapai matlamat kami.
Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita.
Harapan masih terpahat di hati.
Untuk menjadi juara.
Meneruskan legasi kami.
Di bawah cahaya, semuanya menjadi lebih jelas.
Underdog, kuda hitam. No, kami adalah Monster Vicious. Cahaya impian telah menerangi pentas ini.
Kejayaan bukan lagi dongeng.
Not just a dream.
Ia arti harapan yang sebenar.
Mungkin ada yang sangka bahawa harapan ini akan hilang.
Tapi bukan kami.
Ini harapan kami. Ini semangat kami.
Bersama kami mencapai satu tujuan.
Mencari sinar yang paling terang.
Ready posing Right. Okay.
Nikmati jago 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
Lu bijak sama gua sekarang. Lu panggil lu punya geng semua bijak sama gua sekarang. Gua mau tengok. Lu jaga dia. Lu masuk sama Tony-nya. Gua tak. Bukan senang mau masuk ke tempat mah.
Hey, Syah, lu mau saya masuk ke bangsa di belakang. Nanti wak kasi kena.
Ready. Alright. Ready posing Right. Okay.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Kami akan bantai Barakuda.
Kau nak main sini, kau tak payah nak ada mentaliti champion. Jom, lepas sudah lah.
paling tak lupa time minta maaf?
I have no idea with that. Maybe masih ingat banyak ah.
Nak cerita buruk ke nak cerita baik
Tapi adalah macam conflict sikit. Macam saya bergaduh dengan mak saya kan. Nak masuk e-sport. Sampaikan saya kena halau rumah.
Aku ada terbaca lah orang cakap, ni dah rasti teruk lah. Dah boleh pergi kerja kilang lah. tapi ya, aku okey je sebenarnya. Yang video aku viral nangis-nangis apa semua tu, itu bukan sebab aku kecewa dengan kecaman orang apa semua, tak ada. Kecaman netizen semua aku tak kisah pun. Semua tu like aku disappointed dengan aku punya performance je. Dengan apa yang aku bagi, apa yang hard work yang aku put. Tapi end up performance aku macam tu lah. Sebab aku tahu orang-orang yang komen apa semua, diorang tak tahu pun apa yang terjadi. Diorang nampak daripada luar, diorang tak tahu apa yang dalam. Macam ibarat kita tengok bola, dia ni passing betul-betul lah. Kita bukan tahu, kita bukan join training pun. Kenapa Harry Maguire main setiap minggu? Kita tak tahu pun dalam training dia macam mana.
Pergaduhan yang paling risau, perit dan pedih lah kan. Kita tak ada
rockstar.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Muntong. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
Selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13. Anda bersama dengan saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan sekarang kita sudah masuk di match kedua hari terakhir minggu ke-5. Manakala kita akan saksikan perlawanan Barracuda Esports yang akan menentang Selangor Red Giants. Alright, untuk perlawanan ini Barracuda kena menang 2-0 untuk mendapatkan 3 mata penuh to at least sit comfortably sebelum match seterusnya dan ada hopes untuk masuk ke playoffs. Untuk Selangor Red Giants pula, they are at a nothing to lose gameplay dengan mindset. Dorang duduk dekat nombor 1 regular season ni, tak ada pasukan yang boleh potong ataupun ambilkan slot nombor 1 ini. Adakah dorang akan pecahkan rekod tanpa kalah untuk regular season? We're about to find out. Alright guys, and I'm sure ramai orang tak sabar nak start match ni because dengan kemenangan ni, Barracuda will technically be able to say that they've quote-unquote secured playoffs. And Selangor Red Giants, as I've mentioned just now, they will still stay at the top whether they win or they lose. It's all about if they can end the regular season without dropping a single point. Alright, nampaknya the crowd is set. Apa kata kita jemput kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia. Guys, give it up for Barracuda and Selangor Red Giants.
Barracuda Esports.
No more room left for errors and losses. A perfect strategy must be devised by Coach Backdoor today. Will they be able to produce the unthinkable and stop the Red Giants? It's time to fight Barracuda Esports!
Selangor Red Giants.
Crushing through all their opponents with no mercy. Will it be the same result today? The youngest squad in the league, unstoppable in their path. All hail the almighty Selangor Red Giants!
Sekarang marilah kita menjemput jurulatih dan analis bersama Head of League Ops Cedric yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Alright guys, as I've mentioned then and then again, Selangor Red Giants nak pecahkan rekod tanpa kalah. Manakala untuk pasukan Barracuda, perlawanan ini adalah satu perlawanan yang sangat-sangat penting untuk dorang. Alright, before I throw it to the casters, untuk semua orang dekat rumah, jangan risau. We got you. Sebab kalau you guys join the fight now by using the code down below, korang boleh dapatkan in-game freebies. Alright, and I'm pretty sure semua orang dah tak sabar nak mula match kedua untuk hari terakhir minggu ke-5. So let's now throw it over to the casters. And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
The time has come once again to determine whether or not the Red Giants is truly an unstoppable force. Welcome back to MPL Malaysia Season 13. You're watching the English broadcast on the final day of Week 5. My name's Stafa. Joining me on the desk today, Gideon.
Good to be back once again. Second best of 3 that we're hopefully going to see a 2-0 in favor of SRG, because so far it's been a long time since anybody has been able to break the record of having a perfect, no lost regular season.
The fact that they have come this far is a testament to the skill and experience that these young players have been able to build for themselves. A team that has been slowly evolving and gaining ground every single season, and now reaching their true peak form. It's certainly going to be a difficult challenge to overcome here, so hopefully their opponents are picking up on our official gaming phone for MPL MY. You guys can dominate with spectacular gameplay via the ROG Phone 8, the king of performance, the ultimate gaming phone.
It's one of those phones where if you don't have it, you already feel like you're on the losing team, or worse yet, you feel like you don't have that edge in battle. So pick one up for yourself today, and maybe you might just have a chance to go higher and further beyond your previous season's rank. Now, for this upcoming game, right, we're expecting SRG to be extremely dominant, and overall, every aspect of their team play has been looking good. The only one which I will criticize is their draft. They haven't strayed too far away from the mark or what they've been very comfortable at using, and I think that's a large part of their strategy. Barracuda could look to punish, but for another reason as well, somebody's got to stop Innocent. They can't just be giving him Roger for free anymore.
But seriously not. Innocent is just a bit too good overall with the way that he outplays and outmaneuvers with the Roger dashes and just generally micro mechanics coming from this team as a whole. For Barracuda Esports, they have a true uphill climb coming toward the end of the season here, because not only are they facing the Red Giants now, they're going to be facing the Homeboys for their final match.
If one team wasn't enough, they still have another top-tier team to deal with, currently in second place and very warmed up. So any points that they could scrape off of SRG would have been a very good idea. But even for SRG's side, if they want to keep up their perfect record, it starts here, because after this, they are going to have to face off against the Niners at the bottom of the standing. So I think for the most part of it, it seems like a pretty straight road for them.
That's what we mentioned. Yesterday, we saw the Selangor Red Giants go up against King Empire, and based on their season calendar, that seemed like the biggest challenge left in their path, and it amounted to nothing more than a pebble that they could step over. So it seems very likely that they are going to go through the entire season with a clean sweep.
Yep, it just looks flawless right now off of the record, especially for a team who wants to make sure they look good. But with that being said, we've got an interview for you guys. Let's take a look.
Entered the scene in season 11, and we can see that every season you guys have made changes, and with those changes definitely came improvements, but this season you guys stand out a lot. So from a coach's perspective, what did you guys do, and do you think like with what you guys did, you guys found the perfect recipe already?
This is actually the second season me working with Arcadia. We're still finding out how do we work best with each other, and then with this season we decided that me and Arcadia will have different jobs to cope. So we will be really focusing on what we are good at, which Arcadia will focus 100% on drafting, and I will be 100% focused on how we are going to play, like gameplay and strategy stuff. Yeah.
I see, I thought you focus on memes.
Oh, that one side job, part-time.
Your memes are top here, I swear.
Daripada season lepas, kita orang try ambil Roma import, and then we tengoklah trio mid tak berapa nak strong. And then apa yang saya tengok season ni, Becky and the coaching staff, Coach Arcadia, dia orang ambil 3 local player, but 3 ni ada quality.
I see. So sebab I pernah nampak post yang diorang kata that SRG kuat sangat season ni because you guys found the perfect recipe in which your trio mid, which is supposed to be the early game part yang pegang early game tu, is local dengan yang side lanes tu is import. Adakah benda ni bagi impact dekat communication korang masa in game?
Sebenarnya tak, sebab kita orang dah decide yang betul-betul pegang shot call adalah Yums and Stormy at the mid. So yang kiri kanan tu just ikut je apa diorang cakap.
I see. Okay then.
The Red Giants certainly look to have a recipe for success here, and I do like that the shot calling is reliant on Yums and Stormy. They've already shown that they are a power duo. They're both aggressive. They seem to work well together. That really seems to be spreading throughout the team too.
No, I think it's been especially good for SRG because I feel like they've cracked the code for import Filipino players, right? Take care of the individual side lanes, let the imports do their work, and the main communication as well as major map rotations are going to be very dependable upon your jungler, your support, and as well as your mid laners. So again, they've kind of cracked the code in that sense. However, I do think in terms of communication, you still need a pretty specific scope of words to know, buzzwords maybe even, for the EXP laner, right? And I think in this short period of time, Cram, it feels like he's got enough experience, enough game sense, communication or not, to know what to do during these neutral fights.
I think it's not just even that as well. Like, it's easy to say, oh, because the imports are in the side lanes, they don't need to interact quite as much and therefore they can be left to their own devices. If that were the case, teams would have cracked this code a long time ago. There's still something very special about what Innocent and Cram bring to the table and how well they work with the rest of the Red Giants. And of course, speaking of these players, Innocent has really been on the loose.
Yeah, he has been absolutely crushing it, right? 98 counter player kills in 14 games. He's gonna break his 100 kill mark, no problem, on his very first season at the MPL MY. 7 deaths in 14 games, averaging a 0.5 per game. That means he dies. He only loses half of himself every time he plays, and not even entirely.
It's incredible the level of gameplay that we have seen from Innocent thus far. His KDA average still the highest across the entire league, 21.3, currently having the highest average goal per minute in MPL, as well as 100% win rate, 2 times Maniac, and his hairstyle looking flawless as well. Man is innocent until proven guilty, but man, he looks pretty guilty to me.
I don't know about you. I had this conspiracy theory with Terrence the other day about SRG, and I think their KDA is reflected by how long their hair is. Coincidence? I think not. Think about it. Think about it. Yum's one of the best KDAs. Innocent, one of the best KDAs. What do they have in common?
I don't think Sky's hair is very long, though.
It's getting longer. It's
Alright,
improper.
fair enough. Okay, let's talk about the players. Let's start off with Barracuda, the challengers for today. We got AJ as the in-game leader alongside Hesu, Trap, Amal, as well as Eevee. We know that Barracuda are a pretty aggressive team overall. And while they have found some success in the early game, their ability to translate that lead has been lacking.
Yeah, it has been a little difficult, right? A lot of the questions came down to whether Eevee was going to be the guy who's able to kind of bail Barracudas out, especially taking on a different role, a roam position, when we're used to seeing him in the EXP, right? But then, even for Hesu, I think he's done a phenomenal job in the EXP sector by himself. It's just that Barracuda have interesting ways of playing the game, right? All about snowball, all about that double fighters.
They've been focusing on Amal a lot, and while he's trying his best, it still doesn't quite match up to what we've been seeing from the Selangor Red Giants. Stormy, Innocent, Cram, Yums as the in-game leader, as well as Skies. Every single one of these players has been demonstrating insane micro mechanics, and the way that they juggle damage and move in and out of team fights is top tier.
It really is. And when you hear their mic checks, it's not like they are communicating about, oh, what abilities are up so they can rotate backwards and go in and out. A lot of it is game sense, right? A lot of it is just visual game sense on top of the fact that their stats really do reflect sometimes that they are at the top of their games. Quality pickups overall.
We know that they have pocket picks. We see Innocent having that highest average KDA across the entire league. We know that Skies is a close second, despite mainly playing tank junglers as well. And that mid rotation of Yums and Stormy, constantly making sure that every single lane is backed up. I think up until this point, the Red Giants are the only team where every single player has gotten a match MVP.
Let me think about that.
Cram just got his yesterday.
Yes, he just did get his yesterday. Well, speaking of which, we've got a WhatsApp message. Hello, everybody. Now, I was talking about Barracuda a lot. Would you please like to read that out, Stafa?
Yep, we did ask Mr. Gideon here, what do you think is missing in Barracuda? And Gideon says, stronger fundamentals. They lack foresight with a lot of their compositions, their goals, and once they determine what those goals are, they'll probably have a clearer direction of what they're doing. Do you still believe in these words?
I do still believe in these words. I think the biggest part about Barracuda is that they're missing the direction, the focus on what what they are trying to do in these games. And sometimes it's very clear when they have momentum, but other times it can get really, really difficult when it gets a little convoluted, right? What is the next step when you start falling behind? That's something that we haven't seen from Barracudas. They are able to extend games. I still see, you know, some of their more experienced players understanding their power spikes, and they really play around it. But in a meta that we have right now, having something that scales towards that late game, having a very clear direction of how to get there, has been a very big question mark for me for Barracuda.
Adaptability has really taken over the top spots of the rankings here. SRG, Homeboys, to a certain extent, Todak as well as RSG have shown that they're able to change up their style mid-game depending on what obstacles come in their way. And Barracuda, although is made up mainly of MPL players who have had history here, still lacks overall experience on the stage.
Yeah, I think that when it comes down to stage experience, I think generally it should be passable, right? The unfortunate part about Barracuda is their lack of identity of how they want to play the game other than the double fighters. I think that's the only thing that has been working out for them thus far, which kind of puts them in a box. I want to see whether they can kind of expand their horizons like some of these other teams and for once maybe put SRG behind.
It would be impressive to do so. So far, King Empire has come the closest to maybe being a big obstacle on the Red Giants' path when they were able to delay the game yesterday to 20 minutes long. But even then, it didn't really look like Red Giants were struggling most of the time. So we can see that they are on the blue side of the draft. They do like this side. It allows them to prioritize heroes like that Roger. And with the Hardif ban,
it's looking pretty free.
That's probably what's happening, right?
It's looking pretty free. I mean, Innocent is just like, come on, you're really going to make me do this again? My entire season just playing Roger at this point? Oh, what a surprise!
Wow, who could have seen this one coming?
Oh my god, there's no way he was going to play it. And you can even see Innocent, he's like, I don't know, they just keep giving it to me.
Honestly, it's worth watching this game and just keeping an eye on Innocent alone. The way he micros around during team fights is on another level altogether. So we've already seen it. We'll see what Barracuda can do to stop it. They lock in the Novaria and the Fredrin, so a safe opening, but perhaps the Novaria will give them some space to prolong the game.
Well, I mean, considering how Barracuda plays this game, I'm curious to see if Khalid is going to show his face in the roam position this time around. I think, you know, I think it was a very interesting concept, right? Now that Khalid, in this recent patch, has got a little bit of a, well, taken away the downside of his backswing, his animations are a lot smoother to actually perform and weave in auto attacks between each time you're going for S1. But I think for SRG, not really going to really change the issue. I'm pretty sure they might even consider going for the Guinevere very early on if they wanted to as well. Do they want to Grok? Probably not. They could just go for Barats early on as a flex pick, but instead Matilda and as well as Valentina get let through the draft.
Man, I'm looking at this already, and this seems like a very bad spot, giving Roger and Matilda at the same time. Now we have a fun fact here. Hesu, Innocent, and Cram were all former teammates with TNC Pro Team. So there's actually a bit of a reunion here.
It is a little bit of a reunion. I mean, TNC, we know that the boys there were very close to each other, and especially with the content that they make, you just know they have natural chemistry. Unfortunately, they have broken apart, and well, I mean, they found success. Two of their members, at least, have found success in SRG side.
Well, I'm not sure if this is going to be going smoothly here. Red Giants very comfortable. 3 pocket picks right off the bat. Barracuda actually not going to go for the double fighter side lane meta this time. They do have the Natan and the Fredrin, so probably a more default composition. Meanwhile, Skies with the average KDA of 16.0 on Fredrin specifically.
That's just not okay. It really isn't. SRG has the most inflated stats of the entirety of MPL MY, and I would even argue that it's going to start putting themselves on the global rankings if they ever make it for an international, right? We don't know what the playoffs is going to be looking like, but we definitely have some favorites rolling in. Barats is going to get banned out for the side of Barracuda. SRG decide to get rid of the Minotaur. I think it's totally fine. For the most part, I don't think there's anything... Is there anything out of the ordinary that they could go for? Oh, yes, of course, the Fanny.
Making sure that Skies doesn't randomly pull out a pocket pick assassin here. Now, something to note is that typically we don't see Skies going this far in the draft without his hero yet. It's quite common for the Fredrin to get picked up pretty early on in the draft for Red Giants. So considering that Fredrin is gone, Barat is gone, Fanny and Nolan have been banned out. Very curious to see what will be the jungler for Red Giants.
I hope that Arcadia's thinking, hey, I'm tired of Innocent playing this Roger. Sky, it's your turn. You're going to pick up the damage jungler. You're going to pick up a damage jungler, and then afterwards, we'll figure something out for Innocent. Probably the carry, right? If it does boil down to it.
The hunt begins.
The reason why we do see Roger jungle, though, is because it is enabled by the double fighter side lane. Like, having heroes that will generally win out those side lanes without requiring too much itemization to scale up is very important. We've seen teams try to go double marksman with the Roger jungle and Natan gold lane. Can't quite recall which team it was specifically, but it didn't work out.
Yeah, it didn't work out very well. I think it was the I want to say it was the Niners, but I can't say that with my chest. Arlet gets locked in for the side of Barracuda. At the very least, we know what the roamer is starting to look like, or maybe even an EXP laner for Hesu. I mean, Arlet is just great overall. There's no time where he isn't relevant in the game. Doesn't really fall off. Very impactful kit. But SRG needs to complete their composition, and they decide with the Guinevere and as well as the Yuzal.
Keeping things strong here. So, looks like this is going to be Skies on the Guinevere. We've seen him play this hero, I think, once so far this season. So, since a lot of the jungle heroes have been locked down, this should form a pretty good way to jump onto heroes like Natan and Novaria alongside the Yuzong.
But Masha has been led through the entirety of the draft. I'm surprised that SRG didn't want to pick it up, but also at the same time, it's just, I don't think they really needed to in the first place. They have enough lockdown. They have a very standard side composition, playing for neutral objectives, and obviously just letting Innocent do his thing.
Well, it's about time for us to jump into the land of dawn here, ladies and gentlemen. Will the Red Giants continue their streak of dominance, or will Barracuda show us the biggest upset of Season 13?
Well, if they are going to do it, it's all about whether or not Hesu gets strong enough to one-shot Innocent before Yum swoops down to save the day. Let's not forget that he still has a difficult matchup in Cram on that Yuzong, so good luck to both teams.
The Land of Dawn beckons, the curtain has opened, and we now enter the second match of Week 5, Day 3. We got the Selangor Red Giants going up against Barracuda Esports. A veritable David versus Goliath situation. Which party shall come out on top?
All right, let's jump right into it. Let's see how they're going to start playing this out. I don't see double leashes being pulled out by either side, so it's going to be a standard clear. Both starting on their purple buff, going to end up on opposite sides of the map.
I want to see where Yums and Stormy are right now. We know Yums likes to be aggressive early on, but it looks like you're going to focus onto that mid lane matchup first to make sure that AJ is zoned out from as much EXP as possible.
Yeah, they do this very, very well. And for now, as long as they isolate the side laners, they have all three winning lanes, which is so very good for them in the earlier stages of the game. They always will be able to rotate first. Oh, AJ still hits level 2.
AJ legitimately cannot walk up to the lane at all. Beautiful zoning, beautiful wave management. And while all this is happening, Innocent has already forced Trap back home once as well. So that's also the Natan missing out on a wave of minions.
Yeah, he hasn't even hit level 2 just yet. He's going to be losing, an entire wave like you mentioned, right? And I think a little bit more here. He also lost the first 2 on the second wave.
Even Cram gonna be freezing that lane up, making sure as many. And look, he's even pulling Yums over to make sure that Hesu cannot get EXP from the EXP minions. If not for Amal being here, then Hesu would already be behind.
Yeah, I love the way that SRG plays this map, right? We look at the emblem setups, you know that the individual side laners want to get advantages in their lanes. Even for the Yuzong, he's making sure that he has the movement speed. He's not worried about having extra attack. He's got plenty of that. But against someone like Masha, he needs to be able to kind of keep up to make sure that he can fully take advantage of his Shah residue.
Cram well aware that Amal is in the area, and he wants this EXP Crab to try and hit level 4. So Cram gonna make sure not to give that away, to make sure Red Giants have the best turtle take possibilities they have.
Yep, and even Stormy is going to get involved. Ooh, looks like the River Crab going to fall into the hands of Hesu here. Arla going to be the first to reach this turtle before Yums.
Amal in the area. We see the Black Dragon form already being popped out, scouting out and zoning out the Fredrin entirely. Astral Echo not going to do too much. Nearly snipes the turtle actually, but Skies will secure it.
Both AJ and as well as Hesu haven't hit level 4.
Eevee taking a lot of poke damage as well. He hasn't hit level 4 too. The zoning from the duo mid lane has been too much. Yume's trying to steal the purple buff, not successful.
Yep, forcing the retribution here, but good game sense from Barracuda, right? They were able to actually protect their orange buff, making sure that they can actually scout out using the Astral Echoes for Sakai's rather than just throwing Hesu in to face check the brush.
Good responses here. We've always known that Barracuda is a pretty solid early game team, and it definitely seems like they have some game sense, but it has come at a cost as well. 3 minutes in, Eevee still not level 4, so that is Barracuda's roamer without his big playmaking ability.
I mean, I think for now, Barracuda, they just need to scale, right? They need to get Trap at 3 items, if not 4 at this point. Hesu as well probably needs 2 items before he can even remotely threaten Innocent, and that's off of the account that he might... Wait, hold on.
Yume flies in, circling Eagle. They catch Eevee out, gets the knockup into the Violet Requiem, and Innocent gets the first blood amidst all the chaos.
Great combo. Great combo. This is the interaction that Barracuda have omitted when they decided to give Yumes this Matilda, right? With the Circling Eagle, you get a free knockup, and now even Trap. Oh, he's dead.
Innocent jumps straight in. Lycan Pounce flickers out to safety, and here's Stormy and Yumes to make sure Amal can't do anything. They're even tanking the tower, allowing Innocent to dive in the Embracer's Wrap! Amal turns it around and slays the wolf.
Unlucky. Innocent, not enough movement speed to get out of the way. Ends up getting blasted there, thanks to the help of the Star Shatter coming in from AJ.
Just slightly a bit too greedy there from Innocent. I understand Red Giants, they've been able to do this cleanly multiple times, but a slight misposition there, costing Innocent his KDA.
Yeah, Hesu should probably cancel Cram out one more time. He does have enough kill pressure, especially since he's got that life lead. I think that's what's really important in that lane between the EXP laners. How do you manage your life as a resource? Because Cram needs to be able to proc the Shah residue every single time he trades. If not, it's just not worthwhile.
Turtle gonna be controlled again. Black Dragon form comes out. Cram beautifully zoning and scouting out the members of Barracuda. There is no contest at all. Another turtle falls to Sky. Oh, in the bottom lane, Innocent! Getting ganked, Eevee focusing on the top KDA of the league, taking him down again.
Oh, just ruining that KDA score, right? Really great lane gank coming in from Eevee, making sure that he's hiding in that brush, and as soon as he sees the all-in, thinking that Trap is making a mistake, he gets pulled back by the final slash. Really good ideas coming out from Barracuda's side to catch SRG members off guard. Looks like they're going to have a bit of a challenge here 5 minutes into the game.
Well, we can see that so far in MPL, Natan has gone up against Roger 11 times and definitely has the better win rate overall. So despite this being Innocent's pocket pickup, it does seem like Barracuda has the right idea.
Oh, they do. They are playing towards the gold side of the map. Ooh, I see the Circling Eagle as this dive happens on top side.
Yep, Hesu gonna be able to avoid it, but he's down to his last HP bar. Cram jumps straight in. Beautiful juggling of tower aggro in the bottom lane. Final slash onto Innocent. They're targeting him again like a gets pulled out by the Guiding Winds. He dodges the center of Appraiser's Wrap and flickers out to safety as Stormy comes in for some final backup to zone out Barracuda Esports.
They trade 1-for-1 here in terms of tier 1 turrets, but we're not able to find the kill back. And here comes SRG running into enemy territory to look for some kind of resource. They don't get to walk away for free like this.
Final slash stolen by Stormy, pins Eevee against the wall for an easy kill into Skies. And they're continuing to pressure the purple buff to make sure Amal doesn't get it for free.
SRG just making sure they're implementing the brass tacks onto Barracuda.
We got it too.
They're not allowed to make plays like this without some form of punishment. They got his retro... Wait, hold on. Yeah, Skies was able to steal away the buff and more importantly, maintain his 2-level lead against Amal. But the good thing about Barracuda this time compared to their double fighter comp is that they can actually scale. And I think Trap, he's so far so good. He is a little bit behind Innocent, but not in the worst position just yet.
Honestly, the fact that Innocent has been under this much pressure and Trap is still slightly behind goes to show how quickly he is able to farm. We've seen that because his tier 1 is gone, he's actually started unlocking himself from the lane and roaming around to get farm along on the other side of the map. Cram coming in once again with the Black Dragon form. Hesu in the area. I am really liking the timing on AJ's snipe so far, but it's still not quite enough.
I think it's totally fine, right? Barracuda just want to be uninteractive for the majority of this game. They're waiting for their tanks and as well as their marksmen to actually scale. Oh, Amal.
Amal walking the wrong path, gets caught up, knocked up. Violet Requiem, final slash, not going to be able to save him. Amal picked off easily, and Red Giants just decide, okay, time to go home.
Yeah, AJ, he's going to make sure that he checks these brushes for him. They can't have Amal fall further behind here. I mean, they're already losing every single turtle, which is part of their plan, but to not be able to contest for the next 2 Lords because you are so far behind Sakai's, 2 levels down in a matter of fact, it's going to start to get really rough really quickly.
See, the biggest difference in gold as well is actually on Cram's lane. Circling Eagle goes in again. 2-man knockup into the Violet Requiem. A beautiful combo. Eevee picked up instantly. Hesu forced back home. And the Red Giants instantly retreat. Perfect disengage.
Keep in mind, SRG, their composition is very heavily revolving around their ultimates. It's execute heavy. And once again, Sakai's trying to get free resources from Amal, but at the very least, oh my god.
Trap is just trapped, but now Stormy maybe as well. Flickering out, he's gonna get knocked down. Thunderclap on the Valentina takes him out, but Hesu will pay with his own life in exchange. Sky's up there, 3-man final slash into the tower, focuses on Innocent, he jumps away from Fraser's grab, gonna crush the Humes, but Amal gets picked off as Cram picks up the double kill.
3 for 2 in favor of Selangor Red Giants. You can see that Innocent is now extremely hesitant to quickly take these fights. He's not disrespecting the space anymore, and I think he's been put in his place by Eevee enough times to learn his lesson. I can't just run on in, and that's why you're seeing Stormy go for this big dive. He needs Innocent to continuously scale and maintain his pressure. Stormy dying one time, not a big deal. He's still going to be relevant.
Red Giants are going to be continuing to be relevant as well. Still a 4K lead. Despite the 4 kills that Barracuda have been able to pick up so far, the Red Giants are still in control of the map overall. But with a Novarian on it, oh, hold on, Eevee, he's been found. Final slash onto 3 members once again, circling Eagle, canceling out the backline. Eevee going to be picked off. That's mega kill going over as Humes gonna nearly get sniped off. But now Barracuda in a lot of trouble. Black Dragon form. Appraiser's Wrath doesn't even get the chance to come out as Innocent gets some vengeance.
Yep, just notice how SRG is playing, right? Maintaining these waves, maintaining ways to stay ahead of that curve. They know they want to play towards that Lord side of the map, but they position themselves towards the opposite, knowing that Barracuda just wants to trade turrets and do not, and actually cannot even contest for these neutral objectives, even if Amal was alive.
And so far, Barracuda had been doing a good job of actually somewhat trading evenly under certain conditions. But Red Giants have instantly adapted to the situation. They now understand what they were missing in their couple of engages prior, and now are not giving Barracuda anything.
Yep. Developing into a 7K, 6.9. It's going to be 7K real soon once they start invading. And here we go. Sakai's once again wants to force out a retribution from Amal. At the very least, just push him out entirely.
Oh, right now, looking at the state of the game, we're 10.5 minutes in. First Lord gonna be crashing in the mid-tier 2. The question is, how much do Red Giants want to take with this? Story flickers in with the final slash right into the Violet Requiem. Amal drops instantly to Innocent, and in the backline, Cram petrifies 3 people. Black Dragon form to zone himself out. Hesu looking for a flank on the other side, but he's not gonna be able to catch anyone off guard. The Red Giants, they won't be successful in taking this inhibitor just yet. Barracuda still a 4-man strong, but another catch by Skies gonna be cancelled out by the Thunderclap. Eevee though, he's left out in the open. There's no way for him to get back home. He's gone. Killing spree. Going over to Innocent. And now the top inhibitor gonna be targeted yet again. There's not much Barracuda can do about this.
Well, they just focus on the wave clearing, which is exactly what they do. They manage to protect their mid-tier 1 for now. But now that they're a man down, let's see. What does Selangor Red Giants actually have? They've got 4 ultimates to work with.
They're still pushing in. Thunderclap from Hesu. Humes jumps into the backline. Hesu on the last HP alt bar already. Innocent chasing him under the tower. Flickers out to safety with the shield from the Guiding Winds. Gets pulled away from the snipe. Amal already picked up. Evie jumping in, final slash not gonna be able to do too much, but Crab gets the shutdown onto Innocent. He finds the wolf, but guess what? They found him too! Crab with the unstoppable streak, gonna take Barracuda down to their final 2 members and finishes off the top inhibitor. In the meantime, Cram jumps in, forces AJ back. They pull Stormy. They're waiting for the minion wave. Skies knocks up again with the Violent Requiem. Actually jumps out of the crystal range to keep it going. Evie doing his best to defend the crystal. He'll actually survive, but not for long. Shah Residue gets the monster kill. His job though is done. They've defended the base.
They've lost all 3 of their inhibitors off of that push, and Slango Red Giants making sure they're not trading back, right? They're farming Barracuda right now. They're farming the immobile members. Amal cannot walk up at all. This Impure Rage is doing nothing for him.
This is some intense gameplay coming in from the Red Giants. A 9K lead now has been developed. No structures left standing on the side of Barracuda. The damage dealt ranking dominated by 3 members of the Red Giants, with Innocent on top despite the early game pressure.
Yeah, and I think Barracuda, they're putting so much focus on Innocent that Cram has been getting away with a lot of stuff, right? He's forcing out entropies out of Trap early on, putting his ult on cooldown, but more importantly, making sure that Trap overall is going to have a minimal, like a 50% decrease in damage output.
Even though he should logically have a lot of bodies to hide behind, the Red Giants maybe too far ahead. There's too much damage on this team with a 9K difference, and now they're just fully controlling the river.
Can't walk up through no man's land unless Amal's got a steal in him. I don't think it's going to happen. Even Stormy making sure that he's showing, hey, I got the final slash. I dare you to walk up.
And Cram even in position to block the Star Shatter just in case, because they know AJ is going to do it. 10K lead. Lord pushing in mid. Can Barracuda defend?
With no inhibitors, it's going to be difficult. We look at the items and you can see how far ahead they actually are. 4 items complete coming in from Trap. He's got the damage now to do so, but I'm seeing Athena shields already being built on the opposite side, right? So again, main tanks aren't going to die, but everybody else is so very susceptible.
We're 14 minutes in, no structures left for Barracuda. The Lord is pushing in mid lane. Astral Echo gonna come out. Hesu jumping Stormy. It does literally no damage as Cram is zoning out the back line. Innocent dishing out the DPS as the Violent Requiem catches out Amal. Evie still jumping in. Final slash stolen by Stormy. Pushes Evie and Hesu out into the jaws of the Red Giants. And now the crystal is exposed. And the crystal is destroyed. The Red Giants' path of dominance continues.
Yep. When you're worried about one member of SRG, the other looks to carry the mantle. Crazy stuff. SRG making it look easy so far. And Barracuda, it looks like they've got a game plan in mind, and I would like to see them develop it a little bit more. They had some great ideas.
There was legitimately some promise in the way they were approaching that early game. Some very smart decisions, targeting down Innocent to make sure the Roger wouldn't get that scaling into play and trying to take control of the map. But the Red Giants just adapted way too quickly.
Oh, too quickly is one thing, but also not repeating those mistakes again just shows the maturity level of this team. A lot of the times their combos are just unstoppable, right? They're really maximizing every opportunity they have thus far. And I think for Barracuda, I do like the ideas that they have. Yes, we're going to be attacking Innocent on that side of the map. Yes, it will take some time for Masha to actually get ahead, but at the same time, I feel like they've tunnel visioned on it a little too hard. There were still positional mistakes being made from the side of SRG that were not exploited, or angles not being taken advantage of, especially when Evie jumps on Arlet of all things, and could maybe even find an opportunity to kind of separate the front from the back with a final slash flicker.
I agree. I feel like there was a lot of focus towards Innocent, which makes sense. He is the top average KDA in the league right now. But the strength of Red Giants is that if one player is put behind, there is always going to be someone there to pick up the slack. We saw Cram really getting to show off his stuff this game, because that Yuzong was basically left alone in lane the whole time. Hesu couldn't make any impact because he wasn't winning out. And so the Black Dragon just separates every single fight, and that gave the space necessary for Innocent to start getting those kills again.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about tempo. It's all about when you have priority in your lane, what can you do? And the one time that we actually saw an early recall and a mistake being made by Hesu, he manages to recover extremely well because his team is applying pressure on the opposite side, making sure that even Masha, if she hard pushes, she's not going to be able to get the turret, but worse yet, isn't wasn't able to steal jungle farm. Ah,
my goodness, they have something for everyone here. But MVP of this game, oh my goodness, he is on the bottle. Okay.
He's got to hold it still. He's got to hold it still. He's got to take a sip of that Hesu juice, baby. Got to make sure. Wait, what does it say? Oh,
it's the tears of Hesu.
How did he fill a bottle?
I think after that game, I see why.
I mean, a season's worth of tears, man. It's tough. Our MVP of the game going over to Yums, and that's how you expect to play Matilda. She is so very good, even despite getting quote-unquote nerfed. At the very least, her kit is just so useful. You're able to basically care package into a lane. Hey, what do you need? Pressure? Awesome. Sustainability? Awesome. I can do all of those things.
The flexibility of this hero in the hands of a master are insane. They are off the charts. And we know that Yums is a master. He's played Matilda since before she was meta. So he understands exactly the timings, the windows, the opportunities. And the Red Giants are very aware of who needs to be prioritized with the guiding winds as well. Yums paired up with Skies on that Guinevere was a deadly combination.
It really was a deadly combination. And I think even better yet, SRG really abusing the overall interaction, in-game interactions, right? Because yes, Stormy knows that, hey, the most valuable ultimate I could steal is the Final Slash, but technically Final Slash also works like a knock-up, allowing a free Violent Requiem for people like Skies. I think that SRG is really on top of their game.
It's very niche interactions that you typically will not consider because it's not something you see happen very often, this particular matchup, this particular combination of heroes, and yet Red Giants are playing it as if they've known their entire lives. Looking at the item builds, obviously very one-sided since there is a 12k net worth advantage by the end of a very short 14-minute game.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing Barracuda could really do at that point. It's all based on that early game, right? Eventually, they needed more time to actually scale up into this game to take SRG on when they are at their maximum potential. Unfortunately, SRG doesn't make it easy, right? All the turrets were theirs. Every single one of those turtles fell into the hand of SRG. SRG knows what they wanted to do. They could have kept playing towards Innocent's side of the map, absolutely, but at the same time, if they need to end the game early, well, how are we going to do that? First, we neuter the enemy jungler. We're hoping that Innocent gets to stay longer and live longer in lane, but Sakai's needs to be 2 levels ahead of Amal. If the side laners need some help, we can help them out with the help of Yums or even Stormy, but that's when they split up their forces, right? Early game, we're seeing Skies attack one side of the map and Yums actually rotate down to the bottom side. Other times, we see Stormy actually join Innocent in that battle after helping out Cram with the fast rotations coming in from Yums.
What Red Giants does as well at the very first minute of the game, their way of zoning every single lane opponent properly according to their lane matchup already gives them such a huge EXP advantage right from the get-go, right? A lot of teams don't really do a lot in lane before level 4 because it's a very default interaction, right? Everyone's just gonna hit level 4 around the same time, play for the turtle fight, and then after that decide what's going to happen. But Red Giants already has the initiative to decide they're not even going to allow that opportunity to come. And any advantage they can get across the map is a big one.
Yeah, exactly. Like, how many river crabs did you see Amal actually achieve? And majority of the time, as soon, like, he was not level 4 for a long period of time. Like, an uncomfortable amount of time, right? He goes to Crab side. The Crab is already gone. I have no neutral to actually contest for it. Even my Beetle is gone because we've seen Sakai's kind of just farm out the side camps before he starts threatening the enemy buffs.
It's not completely unusual for a roamer to not be level 4 before the turtle, because sometimes things just happen.
Yep.
But it is very uncommon for a mid laner to not be level 4 for the first turtle, and even more so if the roamer is still not level 4 a minute later.
Or better yet, both the EXP and the mid laner are both not level 4 for that upcoming fight. Like, that's how much of a lead SRG's individual laners are able to create for themselves. And I think that Barracuda, with a little bit of adjustment, they can definitely go more even against SRG as it transitions into the mid game. Because so far, unfortunately, they weren't able to funnel enough gold into Trap at the right time. And Hesu, I think at some point, Barracuda needed to invest some resources into him.
I love the adaptation that came out of the Red Giants because Barracuda, like we've highlighted before, had a good plan. Focus Innocent. We saw in the previous page that he actually took the most damage out of anyone in the whole game, like 70,000 damage taken on the Roger. Red Giants, they didn't allow that to stop them, even though this is a pocket pick. A lot of players, a lot of teams would get heavily affected mentally if their key player on a strong pick is shut down like this. But no, they play around Cram, they play around Skies, they create space, they rotate Innocent up from the lane to farm the other side of the map, all while distracting Barracuda by reducing their EXP gain, and then transitioning from there.
I think that Barracuda, the only thing that they can really start thinking about adjusting is probably what their mid-duo Rome and as well as mid laner are supposed to be playing, because so far SRG have taken full advantage with these power picks, double range into melee versus range, right? Not exactly the best time for Eevee. Forcing him to recall early is probably a no-go, because once Yums and Stormy leaves the lane, then it's kind of out of his hands, right? They need to keep Yums, or at the very least Stormy, in lane. They need to keep control over mid lane priority. I think maybe an adjustment in Lilio could possibly be the answer, but at the same time, it's hard to be able to start peeling away a Guinevere, for an example.
Yeah, there's so many layers to the engage coming out of the Red Giants, and that's why it's basically impossible for Barracuda to actually react, especially when they're already put behind. We see in this game, Innocent still being the rich guy and the carry despite dying twice early on, showing his farm speed and why he has some of the best KDA in the league. Amal having to be the sandbag here, unfortunately, the main target in a lot of these team fights. And Yums, 18 assists. That's a lot.
Yep. He's participated, you know, in at least 90% of these fights, and the other 2 was probably solo kills happening on the side. Regardless, it was a tough game for the Barracudas. I do think that considering how many stomps we've seen SRG do, this hasn't been the worst one just yet, despite, you know, losing all of their turrets. Let's look at the game highlights and kind of rehash some of the things that we did see, right? Small interactions like this, using the Circling Eagle to allow Skies to get a free Violet Requiem, and extending the time somebody's knocked up in the air with a Magic Thumb.
I also really love how Skies purposefully delays the Violet Requiem to keep that CC going for as long as possible. Not to mention in the final base push, him knocking someone up, dashing right to the edge of the crystal and keeping the Violet Requiem going so he wouldn't be targeted as well. Like all these micro decisions, deciding whether to stay in the fight or to leave, how to juggle damage, who is frontlining. Red Giants has shown mastery in all of these multiple times.
Yeah, they have. And I mean, this endgame scenario when they lost all their inhibitor turrets, I think that was just really rough, right? Because SRG finally unlocked their final win condition here, which is to make sure that they have pressure on all lanes constantly. And with all 3 inhibitors down, these super creeps are just too strong for Barracuda to actually handle 14 minutes into the game.
And once the crystal is open, this is a team that doesn't allow opportunities to get away from them. I think we have a lot of MPL MY teams. Crystal is open, we're winning. Let's hold on a little bit here to either play it safe or to get more kills.
One or the other.
But Red Giants somehow does all of them at once.
I think they do a very good balancing act, which is why they are the most polished team by far, right? The calls in game, the adjustments in games are always good. And I think Barracuda, we're seeing some of their strengths actually come through, right? They know how to abuse some of these lanes. They know how to kind of manipulate the way their opponent, and well, not just manipulate, but really condition their opponents a couple of times, right? We did see Masha on the opposite end of the map actually Hesu conditioning his opponent Cram. They are teammates before. Cram is having a significant lead, and he had an opportunity to actually go for a dive if only his team was there to actually capitalize on it.
There's just these small decisions that are being made that's really forcing out a lot of the difference, especially in that early game. Because we know that Barracuda is the strongest in the first few minutes of the game. We actually did see that quite clearly. Red Giants actually had to slow down just a little bit at certain points. So if the Barracuda can lock in on this phase and just try to push forward using that strength, they may have better chances.
Well, speaking of which, let's compare both Hesun as well as Cram in the power distribution. Obviously, any SRG player is going to have very skewed data, but we can look at some of the comparable things, like average DTPM, average damage taken per minute, not too far apart for both of these two players. They play very similar roles, right? They're either looking to kind of cut off the backline or at the very least start peeling and soaking pressure for the rest of the team. The average KDA is pretty much out of the question, but even for the average DPM, it's not like Cram has been given high damage EXP laners similar to Hesu.
The way that these two EXP laners create space for their team is also a little bit different, because Hesu oftentimes is the playmaker, he's the catcher, he's the secondary source of initiation right behind EV. Oftentimes when he's playing on heroes like that Arlet, he's able to find these big final slashes, whereas Cram plays a slightly more frontline-ish role. He's oftentimes going to be on heroes like the Yuzong, like the Xborg, like the Tamas, soaking up damage, and there's also dishing it out.
Yeah, he does. He is a very good laner so far, and I do wish that we do see more damage-oriented laners like Yuzong, maybe even Paquito or even Benedetta be given into the hands of Cram to really see what he can provide for the team. Because again, the team very much plays around the mid-trio to kind of affect and influence the rest of the map, while the solo laners are doing individually performing out of this world.
That's the big strength here, which you see over here. We got Uncle Chicanook in the crowd saying that Barracuda are basically on their last legs here.
Oh, unfortunate. Unfortunate indeed. And I mean, the SRG fan...
oh my goodness.
This is just, man, predictions, just ordering fried chicken because this is going to be a drive-through. Jeez, levels of the
all of the Red Giants fans are learning too much from Azora Vecchi right now. But we've got an MPL My Insider with Cram, the man of the hour, with us asking that people say he's the hidden MVP for Red Giants and what he thinks about that statement. Cram, he doesn't mind. He wants to win. He wants to be the best. But he's also introverted and quiet, so keep that in mind.
I mean, that was an unnecessary... What? No, what does that to do with anything? That has nothing to do with anything. You want to win, you can either be that man or you can be a supporting act. He's okay with either or. But I think overall, that's why he's playing the more supportive role. I think, who knows? Who knows? Damage-oriented laners, maybe they're more extroverted, you know?
Yeah, if they're more extroverted, they're able to exert that energy outwards a little bit more. We did see the sign that the kid was holding. It's like, yeah, if you're hungry, let's have some fish. Let's have some barracuda right now, because they are just being served up on a silver platter unless they make a big change.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they need the biggest of changes. If we had to repeat that game once more with a slight difference in the draft, I think the mid game could have been a lot more manageable for Barracuda. I still think they still would have lost because I think Barracuda's end game, right, their late game, the way that they play their late game isn't as proficient as SRG. We've seen SRG really go the distance before, right? Especially against KGE. That kind of gives us a bit of a scale as to what to compare them to.
But I'm gonna be honest, when they had to go that far with KGE, I do kind of feel some fault of it was because they were taking things a little bit lightly themselves. So if they weren't messing around, it would have been a very different result. But well, we'll see what happens. Barracuda has already shown some interesting plays here, and we'll see whether or not they adjust anything when we go into the draft for game number 2.
All right, let's see. Barracuda on the blue side up against SRG on the red side. We see Chip Nolan banned straight away, passing priority over to SRG, banning out instantly, getting rid of the Florin. They just don't like this global anti-heal. The true healing, as some may call it.
True healing. Honestly, a good name for it. I think Red Giants, we know how aggressive they are as a team, and they want to play around these like health bar breakpoints. They seem very innately aware of how much damage their heroes do at each stage of the game. So having that bloom around that could mess with that is something they just don't want to have to deal with.
I just think that it's funny that Barracuda, like, yes, early game. What works with early game? Florin. That's the #1 early game pick of the century. I do think that their mid games, especially if they are ahead in the early game, is a lot better than most teams. But then again, this is based off the fact that we're playing double fighters, right? So we see the Angela ban coming out from SRG side. They want to make sure that healing is not an option for the side of Barracuda. And we see Roger, finally, somebody bans it out, which means first pick, Trap is going to get Harith on that first rotation.
Most likely. I wonder if Red Giants would be willing to let Matilda through. That's the question, right? Contest the Matilda and the Harith. Because in the hands of a slightly less experienced player, we've already seen that Matilda doesn't have as much impact.
I think that SRG probably can. They can bargain with Barracuda by leaving the Matilda open, banning out the Harith, and saying, hey, you can pick Matilda for yourself. If not, we get they get rid of the Barats, and now they've left both of them open. Let's see what Barracuda responds with.
I think the Barats is a great ban. Gets rid of a flex pick that Barracuda likes to rely on, and they're pretty ready to deal with either Matilda or Harith regardless. Barracuda gonna lock in the Harith, so it looks like Hume's gonna get to fly around again.
Yep, this time round, now that Innocent is gonna have access to both Harith and as well as Roger, I would assume the next fallback would be the Natan once again. It doesn't necessarily have to be. I think it's kind of up to Innocent, right? That's probably what Coach Arcadia is telling him. It's like, this matchup is up to you, but we're definitely taking this Matilda, and we're also going to get the Fredring alongside it. I mean, that's what the Barat ban was indicating.
Still going with the comfort picks. Red Giants don't need to change too much with their draft. It's still working, and the more they go for it, the more refined it becomes, and the more they can hide just exactly how deep their hero pool truly is. Barracuda gonna need some good selections here to deal with the Matilda.
Barracuda could go... I mean, I wouldn't put Mincentar out of the question. It seems unlikely, but at the same time, Phovius should be a consideration for Barracuda's side. I mean, if the fact that Cram is pressing his lead, and considering that Hesu doesn't mind letting him have control over the lane, sure, we're playing around the gold lane anyway, so not the biggest deal for him. They lock in the Akai. Very nice pickup for the side of Barracuda to disrupt their opponent, as well as the Lilia. So they really have adjusted their game plan to play a little bit more mid-centric, to have that extra pressure to play towards gold.
I do like this adjustment. Akai, we already know, is a good matchup into the Fredrin. Just heavy spin, push him away. And the Lilia also pretty good at dealing with these slower, tankier frontline heroes. The Matilda may affect AJ's presence a little bit, but so far, looking better.
Yeah, but then how does SRG handle this now? Disruption on Akai's side. They could just go for a traditional carry, but unfortunately, she's a little short range, and against people like Lilia, and especially I want to melt through the Akai, it can get a little rough. Ooh, they take Valentina instead. Some good ults on Barracuda's side. As much as that heavy spin is useful for them to disrupt SRG, the same can be said if the heavy spin is utilized by SRG against Barracuda.
If they steal the heavy spin, rather than having a pin to the wall situation, you end up with like a Beyblade situation where you're just bouncing off of one another. And we'll see whether or not Stormy does like going for that heavy spin once we head on into the game. But now that we are in the second ban phase, the Minotaur going to get removed by the Red Giants, and Barracuda ban out the Natan. So really reducing Innocent's hero pool.
I mean, this is starting to look like a carry game very, very quickly. We'll see. Or it could just be a traditional Claude game. One or the other, right? Is there anything else that needs to be taken into consideration? I mean, there could be Brody at the same time. They've got some decent chunkers. They've got the Matilda that could harass their opponents, but that would mean that they would need more damage in the EXP sector. So that'll be an interesting... If we do see a lock-in of Brody, or at the very least like an early game like Bruno, Brody, both of the Bs in the gold lane, I would like to see Cram actually get something more damage orientated.
I would agree. They ban out the Arlet, one of Hesu's comfort picks, as well as something that could combo well with the heavy spin if timed correctly. And Barracuda even further reducing the marksman. You can look at Innocent over there. It's like, seriously, guys? Really?
How many? How many do you want to go? How deep in the list do you want to take me? I think it's totally fine, right? He still has plenty of options. The gold lane is particularly difficult to completely squeeze out for a majority of marksmen. Some more comfortable than others. But who are they going to prioritize? EXP or gold this time? And it looks like... Yep. Ah, there we go. Bruno lock in.
Makes sense. Since you know the enemy's gold laner, you don't know the enemy's EXP laner. Better to lock in the marksman first. So, with a lot of the usual meta marksman gone, we get to see Bruno in the hands of Innocent for the first time.
Yeah, it's been a hot second since we've seen Bruno. Decent overall. Let's see what Barracuda show. If they show too many dash type heroes, Phovius is going to get locked in for the side of SRG. I mean, they're setting up for Cram here, right? They're setting up Cram for success.
I think what Cram will pick up here will depend heavily on what Barracuda drafts here for Hesu. So something that can punish this Bruno pickup would be very helpful since they've already focused on the marksman so much. They go for the Paquito, they grab the Tigreal. Okay, biggest concern. Implosion and Heavy Spin have some... Oh!
Ooh!
We got the Esme!
Interesting. Esme EXP against Paquito. I would imagine that Barracuda is going to build... I mean, Hesu is going to build full damage, right? So it's all about who gets first... whether or not Hesu is able to get first blood or Cram is able to sandbag him.
Personally, I love Esmeralda. To me, she's like the easiest ranked victory I could ask for, especially in a team lineup that has some shield. In this case, we got Haref, we got Paquito with a heavy left punch, but Barracuda do have a good amount of crowd control and damage here. Perhaps this could be the recipe they need to take down the Giants.
Yeah, possibly, and especially since they have Matilda, it curbs one of Esmeralda's biggest problem, which is gap closing against your enemy, right? You gotta be able to use that ult either going in or going out.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together because I get the feeling this is going to be an exciting game too. The Selangor Red Giants, 1 game up versus Barracuda Esports, who have switched up their draft drastically to try and take down the perfect win streak of their opponents.
Oh, let us begin as mid lane continues to take early engagements, to fight for control. Sakaizen as well as AML starting on the same side of the map and will end up on EXP side.
I can see that AJ and Evie now have slightly more mid lane priority, so it's no longer as easy for Stormy and Yoon to just zone them out from EXP range. They're still gonna do so though, because why not?
Yep, I mean, this is to be expected. Stormy did get chunked out pretty early on, but at the same time, AJ, he has to take an early recall due to his mana as well as his life pool. Hesu and as well as Cram so far, like Hesu needs to play a perfect game here. A single mistake against Cram could cost him the entire lane.
You would think that Paquito would win out this matchup ordinarily, but Esme actually does a deceptive amount of damage at levels 1 and 2, and by stealing away the shield from Paquito as well, Cram just straight up wins out. So Hesu has to be careful not to be too aggro.
Yeah, I think Hesu should have gone for Master Assassin if he really wants to have an opportunity to win out in this lane. However, we are seeing that Cram does force out a retribution from Amal. He doesn't want to start falling behind anytime soon, and an early recall from Hesu, not a good look here so far.
We can see now both junglers hitting level 4 around the same time. This is where we'll see rotations from the roam and mid laners to start and get those level 4 timings, since the turtle is going to be up in another 15 seconds.
Yep, and Trap should freeze the lane right here, right in front of his target. He doesn't need to let it push all the way in. He wants, actually, Innocent to walk up, but so far, AJ now rotating the EXP side to try and hit level 4 as soon as possible. Hopefully, both Hesu and as well as AJ can actually do that this time.
Cram and Stormy gonna focus on clearing the wave as fast as possible, so they'll be the ones to hit level 4 first. Though Amal is currently the one with control over the turtle. We see a taunt from Skies onto Eevee. He's actually dropping real low already, but I don't think they have quite enough damage to finish him off. Cram still continuing to zone out Hesu.
Oh, here we go. Circling Eagle and Flicker.
Circling Eagle knocks up on Amal, just zones out Barracuda. Red Giants understand they don't have enough damage yet to finish anyone off. They just need to force them away from the turtle pit. But Sacred Hammer gonna be pushing Yuum's back. Guiding Winds though, easy. Just gets out with no problem.
Yep, has to use the Purify though, just to make sure that he doesn't get pushed back because of Hesu.
Wait, I only just realized that Red Giants has 4 Purifies.
Oh yeah, they need all the Purifies in the world.
My goodness.
Flicker sounds like a good idea, but what exactly are you flickering from? Like, Trap basically chases you down as soon as you flicker. You can't use Flicker if you're getting locked down by Eevee. You're running away from AJ. Really doesn't make a difference here once he gets the Ice Queen's wand.
This is gonna be a tough game for Eevee. Like, getting Implosion on the entire team is going to be difficult when the entire enemy team has Purify to get out of it freely. So Barracuda needs to find a way to force out resources.
Oh, let's see how they're going to do that, though. I think it's basically up to Amal, but I think that both Amal and Eevee will be looking for ideal scenarios to get as many people as possible, right? Oh.
Amal did use his retreat to steal the gold crab away from Innocent. So that is something at least. Oh, Sacred Hammer gonna come out here onto Stormy. Heavy Spin gonna be pushing Stormy against the wall. Purify and the Guiding Winds comes out to pull him back to safety. Skies unfortunately doesn't get a taunt, so nothing's gonna happen here.
Yeah, Eevee not even opting to use his ultimate just yet. Amal is the one using the heavy spin. I mean, yes, he does have that purple buff to reduce cooldowns, but at the same time, I would have liked to actually see Eevee be the one to push the button.
We can see now with pressure from Skies and Yums, Innocent is starting to get a big EXP lead, and now they're pulling in Stormy to the bot lane as well. Circling Eagle gonna come out onto Eevee. Appraiser's Ref just barely misses, but the zoning has completed. Trap though, jump forward, force the flicker out to make sure he gets both the minions and his life intact.
I don't understand why Eevee refuses to just flicker on the one guy who doesn't actually have the button. He doesn't have the Purify. It's Sakai's, just get Sakai's, right? I mean, yes, Yums can pull him out with a Circling Eagle, but at the very least, you have more than enough CC to lock him down underneath the turret if necessary.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Barracuda already being put on the back foot somewhat because Red Giants just overall have more confidence and control in terms of what they're trying to do. Oh! Trap with the first blood against Innocent in the gold lane 1v1. That could give Barracuda the motivation they're looking for. Turtle dropping low. Sky's getting pushed away. Amal secures it with a heavy spin as Eevee gonna be jumped on. A nice Circling Eagle onto 3 members. Cram chasing down the Trigiel. Should be able to finish him off. Actually, no. Not enough mana. Barracuda comes out on top here.
Yep, they win out. Oh, I think he's
okay.
Out. He's out. He's out. Thank God. Thank God. All right. So finally, Eevee dropping down his implosion. Finally, and even committing the flicker to it to try and find some key targets here. I think that Barracuda, it's difficult for them because they're walking away on such small margins, right? They don't have enough of a health lead to start punishing SRG even more by taking away jungle camps and really compromising the economy.
Bot lane gonna be focused yet again. Amal and Hesu are here. Circling Eagle gonna knock out Hesu. Instantly executed by Stormy's damage. Amal gonna look for the heavy spin onto Innocent. Pushes him away, but the Purify allows him to walk out and no problem.
Yeah, that was... I mean, it's
oh my
sad.
goodness.
Oh.
Yums pulling Stormy in, continuing to zone out.
Yeah, a bit unnecessary there. Didn't need to do that just yet. But here comes, I mean, Cram, he should be able to hold up against Trap for a decent amount of time as Trap is looking to trade on the opposite side of the map, at least trying to find a tier 1.
Trap does look very confident here. We have to remember, Harif is one of his signature heroes. So even though Esme should be able to drain health and shield from him, he's taking a lot of damage. Cram actually cannot 1v1 this. He's in a bit of danger, just barely dashes over the wall.
He gets on out, but he sees Amal, but Amal doesn't really want to commit to him either.
Stormy gonna get pulled in. Barracuda actually having a good amount of control here. The net worth lead still slightly in favor of Red Giants, but only by 800. Sacred Hammer, Purify comes out from Stormy, as well as the heavy spin to push Barracuda off of their tier 1 top.
Yeah, a good use of the heavy spin there, knowing that it actually has an inbuilt Purify. It doesn't really matter how they commit to him. He doesn't even actually have to use his battle spell, so he saves resources, and he even goes for an early recall with Yum so they can participate in the upcoming fight, topped up with health as well as mana.
It does mean he won't have heavy spin for the turtle fight though. Sky's currently the one with aggro on the objective as Cram continuing to zone out, find information on Barracuda. Heavy spin is available for Amal and Turtle is dropping very, very low. Praise's Wrap into the red tree is perfectly timed and Amal is punished straight away. Picked off. Eevee going to be next to follow. A double kill for Innocent on the Bruno. Barracuda, no choice but to back it off.
Yep, I mean, Innocent, his positioning is really, really good. Ooh, Sakai's could look to push. Ooh, tries to catch it.
They're gonna force the Zaman Force from Trap too and then instantly walk out. That's what they were looking for.
Yeah, because of this zoning, right? The top tier 1 falls into the hands of SRG pretty much for free.
Oh, this is great space being created right now. Again, Innocent, he thought that he had some trouble in lane early on, but with the space from the rest of the Red Giants, it's no problem at all. Skies with the retry timing seals the purple buff as well. Amal starting to get choked out, 2 levels down.
Same game plan as before, different heroes. Eevee is taking the... Oh,
Implosion onto Sky. Sacred Hammer not going to be able to execute because of the Circling Eagle. Actually flickers out in the Appraiser's Wrath, but it won't keep him alive for long. That's one kill for the Red Giants again.
Man, that's gotta be annoying, right? Because Innocent, with the Wave of the World, is able, well, Worldy in this case, is able to have a bit of a knockback, a mini stun, in a matter of fact, to cancel out some key abilities, making it difficult for Eevee to walk away for free.
We're starting to see the AI lean heavily in the Red Giants' favor here. A 71% win rate prediction. Hesu can no longer hold lane 1v1 against Cram at all, which is a big problem when you want to open up the map.
Yep, it is. But at the very least, AJ's got the Ice Queen's wand, so they have their dedicated peeler at this point. Question is, with Red Giants, their skins are just getting thicker and thicker. And wow, Innocent, despite dying to Trap, has a decent lead, a 1.3k gold difference between the two.
There's something about gold laners from P-Hates, man. The way they farm is on another level entirely, and we are seeing it. He's also a full level up on Trap, despite all the pressure that was put on him early on. Trap, unfortunately, not getting much of the map to farm. Red Giants are doing a great job of making sure that either waves are too far away for him to farm safely, or someone is there that could punish him. AJ gets jumped. That is so much damage. He actually pops the black shoes. I don't know if that was a very good idea. Hesu gonna try and keep him alive. Circling Eagle gonna be able to find 2 Stormy with a 2-man pin onto AJ and Eevee. Skies, he's not even in sight. He took the Lord and gets the taunt. The Appraiser's Wrath. Princess Barracuda. Trap trying to escape. Hesu, he's the only one alive alongside him. He jumps in. I don't think that was a good idea. Killing spree for Innocent. Red Giants are dominating.
Nicely played. Nicely played by SRG. They find the mistaken Barracuda and sneak into their back lines, making it difficult. I mean, AJ, unfortunately, using that black shoes, he was thinking that the reinforcements will make it back in time, but Amal, he was hesitant on using the heavy spin. He should have popped it straight away to save his boy.
The heavy spin from Stormy caught 2 people instead. That really cost them heavily in that previous fight. Red Giants now once again trying to choke out their opponents. They have the Lord pushing up top lane. That's 2 inhibitors gone right off the bat. Circling Eagle knocks up 2 again. Look at the damage from Innocent. He's already farmed up at this point. Even Eevee can't actually take too many hits.
Yeah, but this is still the first Lord, right? Now the second wave comes through, and I'm expecting SRG to get even more aggressive to take away the final inhibitor and set themselves up for an endgame scenario.
Look at the way that Yums and Stormy are poking. Stormy dashes in, skill 1s, gets pulled out by the guiding winds. This final inhibitor is gonna follow with no resistance. Heavy spin from Amal, gonna get dodged once again, and he's just gonna be pelted down by the footfalls. He gets back to base safely, but what will it cost? Sacred Hammer from Eevee, not gonna find anyone as AJ forced back, taunted. Amal trying to defend. Barracuda is just healing and walking back, but it won't stop them from getting picked off. Mega kill from Innocent. Eevee the next to follow. Yums, the Wisps, finds the kill. Skies jumps in. He gets the taunt into the falling star mode. Killing spree for the Fredrin. Only 2 members of Barracuda left standing. AJ trying to do his best. His black shoes will keep him alive. But the same can't be said for the Crystal. The same can't be said for their pride. Red Giants are taunting right in their faces as they secure another clean victory.
Yep, Innocent waving them goodbye, knowing what SRG have done to the Barracudas, putting them in that relegation spot. More so, committing that many bans to 1 man is gonna get his blood pumping.
And it's not even enough. You stopped me from playing the Wolf. You stopped me from playing the Time Traveler. I'm just going to kick footballs at you, and I'm still going to be better.
Oh, outclassed here. Outclassed by SRG once again. The story continues to repeat itself as SRG continue and make sure that they're going to be ending this season real soon with a perfect, flawless record.
I don't know when's the last time it's happened, but we're only 1 match away from achieving that. This is a clean and dominating victory again. So I think we're all just excited to hear what they have to say.
Why?
Wow, wow, wow. Selangor Red Giants sekali lagi menutup game dengan 2-0. And sekali lagi 3 mata penuh untuk mereka. Guys, give them a round of applause. Alright. First, let's start off with Cram because I heard Lafel's request tadi. Dia cakap, ini kurang bagi mic dekat Cram. So, ikaw muna. Madami nasasabi di ka doon nagsasalita eh. Okay, so Cram, alam natin that Jesus and Innocent used to be teammates with you, diba? So, anong pakiramdam going up against your former teammate lalo na sa EXP lane?
Wala, normal lang. Biasa aja.
Bisa aja? Binigyan ka ba niya ng mahirap na time or it's just a meh?
Wala, siya yung pinahirapan ko eh.
Oh, okay. So, untuk semua orang yang tak faham, I tanya sebab dulu Jesus, Innocent dan juga Cram, dorang adalah main dalam satu pasukan yang sama which is TNC. So, I tanya dia, apa perasaan dia going up against ex-teammate dia ataupun former teammate dia, especially sekarang, dorang lawan dekat EXP lane. Dia cakap, biasa je. I tanya dia bagi you hard time tak? Dia cakap tak. I yang bagi dia hard time. Setuju tak? Okay, si Innocent naman. Innocent. Okay, same question with Cram. You went up against your former teammate, Jesus. Anong masasabi mo sa laban na yon? Ba't ka natatawa? Why are you laughing? Huh?
I think it's easy.
You think it's easy? Okay, since you said it's easy, I have a question for you. How does Jesus tears taste like? Anong lasa?
I think Cram can answer that.
But you're the one who drank the water.
Me? Don't have taste?
Don't have taste?
It's like, I know.
Okay, what?
It tastes like no playoffs.
Oh my God, that's what it tastes like? Innocent nakal eh? Okay, but aside from that, I feel like amongst all the matches you've played, you died to Barracuda the most. Because of them, you're no longer the top of the MVP chart. What do you have to say about that?
I think they're just focusing on me and it's okay.
It's okay?
Yeah.
Not a biggie.
Yeah, not a big deal.
Not
as
a
long
big
as we win, it's okay.
Alright. Okay, so guys, sebelum kita continue, korang rasa MVP sepatutnya jatuh kepada I'm hearing Yums, I'm hearing Stormy. Tapi kita pilih siapa actually? So apa kata kita tengok MVP kita in 3, 2, 1. Jeng 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 jeng. Ui. Ni siapa ni? Gorgeous. Hai. Cram. Wow, 2 days in a row, huh? Okay, just now you guys picked Esmeralda. If I'm not mistaken, it's the first Esmeralda pick of this season, right? Why did you guys decide on the Esmeralda pick actually?
Because Esmeralda is so pretty.
That's it. That's the only reason?
So pretty and cute.
So
cute.
you're just like, I want to play a cute hero, easy game.
I said to coach, I want to use Esme because so cute.
I see. Okay, can we pass it to Stormy? Hi, Storm.
Hello.
Okay, Storm. Stormy dah biasa dah king of regular season masa dia main dekat SMG. Dorang selalu number 1 regular season. But comparing to the previous season, how confident are you with this lineup actually that you guys boleh masuk ke grand finals untuk musim ini?
200%.
200%?
Yeah.
Apa beza SRG dengan SMG dulu?
More chemistry here.
More chemistry here?
Yeah.
Okay, if you could give one props or one special recognition to your teammate that yang you paling banyak chemistry with, who is it? Satu je?
Yums.
Yums?
Yeah.
Kenapa Yums?
Because you are really close.
Oh, because you guys are really close.
Mama?
Wow! Kejap. Ni dah ganti sabui ke?
Tak tahu lah.
Oh, tak tahu. Okay, si Kais? you datang kat I, kenapa mic dekat dia? Okay, so guys, your next match and last match, you guys akan menentang Niners. Do you think, dan berapa yakin Sekais actually that you guys boleh end regular season ni tanpa kalah 1 point?
As you guys can see, we win easy all of our match, so 100% lah.
Alright. Okay, Gorgeous, last. Ramai orang cakap, kenapa Gorgeous tak cakap semalam? So, Gorgeous, ada kata-kata tak untuk pasukan Barakuda dan juga kepada fans-fans you guys yang datang hari ini?
Untuk Barakuda.
Sebab your ex-teammates pun ada kat sana.
Untuk Asia dengan Trap, jangan putus asa. Walaupun aku tak tahu korang masuk playoff ke tak. So, just don't give up lah. Tapi diorang memang tak lepas playoff kan? Tak ada.
Untuk Ultras?
Okay, untuk Ultras, thank you yang dah datang support. Thank you also to Barakuda, thank you.
Alright, terima kasih and congratulations once again kepada Selangor Red Giants. Gorgeous tak nak turun lagi? Entah Gorgeous tak pargoy ke apa atas pentas ni? Alright, sekali lagi 2 berbalas kosong, 3 mata penuh untuk Selangor Red Giants. Rekod tanpa kalah, raja regular season kita. Tapi sebelum match ketiga untuk hari ini, mari let's throw it back to the casters for them to analyze what happened in this best of 3 series. So casters, silakan.
Man, it seems even for their former teammates, the members of Red Giants just have no chill. And you can't really blame them because they are on the verge of making history. A clean sweep regular season is close at hand.
Yep, it's so close. It's right at their fingertips even. And Cram coming up as the MVP of the match, doing phenomenally in both Game 1 as well as Game 2. Just making sure that Hesu has such minimal impact in these games and still spreading his own influence from EXP downwards all the way to the gold lane.
Cram getting the chance to shine since Barracuda definitely had a very hard focus on Innocent in particular, allowing the EXP laner to just finally just eke out, not have to play utility and not have to tank the front line, but actually dish out the DPS himself. 7-0 and 13 across 2 games with nearly 3,000 damage per minute.
I mean, this is going to inflate his stats even more, and I think that Innocent, I'm curious to see with the number of deaths that he was able to accumulate over these past couple of games, it begs the question whether or not he has dropped down from like the 20 plus in terms of average KDA.
I get the feeling he has dropped down from the 20 plus, which is sad. We don't get to see that crazy number anymore. It's still going to be impressive overall though. We can see the speed at which Innocent farms is on another level entirely. Even though he ended up dying in that initial 1v1, still was close to max items. Nearly 13,000 net worth difference between Selangor Red Giants and Barracuda in a game that was even shorter than the first one.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts, right? Because I think that, you know, for SRG, they really funnel that gold into Innocent. As soon as the play has completed, they try to make sure that Innocent is the one who is getting those last hits, who is taking the jungle farm. They'll start unleashing it for him just to make sure that Innocent can double up his speed in terms of scaling.
The Red Giants are very understanding of how the map can be played. Right? They know that if one of their side laners is put behind, the goal is to make sure that they're able to focus hard on their winning sides of the map instead of trying to make a bad situation better. And when they're able to create that space, then all of a sudden, they're able to allow whoever is behind the farm that much safer while they themselves zone the opponents out from their own half of the map.
Yeah, I do think that, man, I feel like Barracuda had some really, had answers to this comp against SRG, right? Especially with that first kill from Trap solo killing Innocent, that already brings hope. Okay, he's doing pretty well in lane. Now everybody else is going to need some help. I mean, Jesus' lane was pretty obsolete after a certain point. If he can't find that kill himself and with the help of Yums to make sure that Cram has the information necessary to back off when ganks were about to happen. I think that Barracuda should have doubled down on playing through mid and influencing the gold lane through mid.
They absolutely should have played around mid, because Barracuda made the age-old mistake. When they saw that their lanes were losing, they sent people to try and turn those into not losing lanes. But you need to play around lanes that you are naturally strong in already. Not to mention that Hesu, his lane was actually non-existent. Even at level 1, he was already losing the Cram. And then later on, when they pulled AJ over to try and make a difference, it made no difference. It just wasted more time from a lane that should have already been winning.
Yeah, I think that, it really boils down to his emblem setup, right? When he went for Festival of Blood, he was already giving up a large part of damage in his kit if he just take Master Assassin, because he knows he's going to get, technically, Cram is going to get left alone here a majority of the time, right? The only person who really wants to come up here is probably Stormy when they hit level 3 and wants to turn to level 4. Maybe later down the line, once level 7, Yums is expected to come at a certain point. Regardless, Master Assassin probably should have been the way to go, especially if you are opting to go for a full damage build.
It would have helped a little bit, but I think Cram would have just adjusted his playstyle based on the situation. Like Red Giants, again, showing their mastery of the game as a whole and the coordination as a team, understanding who needs to do what at what time, where can we find advantages, where can we zone people out, continuing to play around, invading the enemy jungle anywhere they can to put Amal at a disadvantage.
Yeah, and I mean, they tried. They really tried. And I think Amal did a little bit better this game, but you could see that once SRG had the snowball going for them, everybody on the side of Barracuda were a little hesitant on some of these moves. When they could have been able to save a couple of their team members, when they could have punished SRG, they hesitated.
Barracuda has a tendency to hesitate, I think. It's that lack of experience playing together, and especially in this season where the top teams are so competitive, it's very difficult for a team like this to be able to put up much of a fight. You could tell that they were getting mentally damaged, which made it so that they couldn't operate at maximum effectiveness.
Yeah, let's look at the Hall of Famers here. Rich Guy, the carry, falling into the hands of Innocent once again. Sandbag going over to Eevee, and the best wingman, once again, it's going to be Yums at 9. So far, I mean, SRG, they got conditions that they play around very, very often, in a matter of fact. And I think, you know, they have some of the strongest fundamentals we've seen in this game. You don't expect Bruno to actually start participating in fights until he has his item power spikes. And as soon as he did, SRG are like, all right, we're more than confident to take a majority of the fights.
Despite everything, though, we can see that the Red Giants are not actually 100% flawless. They're still capable of making mistakes. Innocent can still be picked off. It just takes a team that has a little more awareness of how to exploit advantages that they've created for themselves to really put up a stronger matchup against this team.
Yeah, and I think that SRG, what sets them apart from a majority of other teams is the way they kind of pick themselves up from these types of situations, right? They minimize the overall damage that Barracuda could apply on them by making sure that they chunk out so they can't start hurting their economy, or at the very least, they have cross-map plays.
They understand what their opponents want to do, and they're able to move themselves to avoid that happening. You can see in the highlights here, brought to you by official gaming phone ROG, that even though early on, Barracuda were once again somewhat even. Once it came to this turtle fight, once they secured the objective, they dived, they took multiple members, forced out resources for nothing in exchange. And here as well, being able to get that two-man pin on the heavy spin stolen by Stormy switched the game momentum entirely.
Yep, man. That was such a good position by Sakai's there, catching the backline, forcing out the Purifies, and worst yet, putting AJ at odds with himself because of the black shoes.
And he was even doing Lord right before that.
Yeah.
He wasn't even part of the fight. He saw his teammates getting engaged. I was like, you guys got that right. I'm going to take this and I'll join you later, okay?
Yums, you are worth 2 people. Just keep them alive. Keep them alive as long as possible. But let's have a look at the standings one more time. 24 points. A perfect, flawless run coming out from the side of SRG with only 1 game left in the season to go. They've secured themselves the top position in the regular season.
We already knew that they were confirmed first place from the results yesterday. But obviously that's not gonna be enough, right? You have the peak waiting right in front of you. That clean sweep across the regular season that has yet to be achieved in the history of MPL MY. The best that has happened is teams that have not lost a match we've not had a team yet that hasn't lost a single round.
Yeah, man. I was hoping at the very end of the season we would see the SRG try and play from behind. That's the one scenario we haven't seen SRG be put in just yet. And I think that some of the big heavy-hitting teams, they warmed up too slow, and now we're going to have to wait till playoffs before that situation actually occurs. And for all we know, SRG might be terrible at playing from behind. Who really knows? Who can tell?
That is the scariest question, right? Whether or not we are going to see that second place curse happen during the playoffs again, where the first place team, usually the one that does the best across the regular season, doesn't end up as the champion.
Yep, either they get knocked out early or they only get second place and lose out in the grand finals. Every single time it has gone like this. And let's keep in mind, right, that there's still wild cards to actually think about for the upcoming MSC. Something that, you don't want to go through that road. Wild cards is a scary place to be when you're starting looking at other regions. Some less established have some really scary strategies.
It's chaotic. I still remember the M5 wildcard as well. Some real surprises coming in from lesser known teams. It was a fun time.
Yeah. Well, with that being said, keep in mind, it's not just for the boys, but also for the girls. Keep in mind that the MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2024 qualifiers for MY and MY/SG is now open. So ladies, if you're confident in your skills, you can scan the QR code here to sign up. You can sign on as a team and register under the solo queue quest if you don't have one. All players must be age 16 and above, and only open to Malaysian and Singaporean female citizens. So what are you waiting for? Join now, or tell your sister, maybe your girlfriend, or any female MLBB player you know to register.
Gone are the days where gaming is considered as a male-only field. We know that there's plenty of female gaming fans and female MLBB fans out there, and we've already seen past iterations of the MWI show some impressive MLBB gameplay. So if you guys like the game, you guys think you have what it takes to partake, then y'all know what to do.
Join now while you still can. This might just be the only opportunity you have to. But coming up next, our very final best of 3 of today. It's going to be Todak up against Niners.
The final matchup of the week, right before the last week of the regular season. It's a bit of a reunion as well. We highlighted, we got Moon. Officially, he is still part of Todak. He's just being lended out to the Niners. So there's going to be some friction there, considering that Todak seemed to be improving, though having some unfortunate obstacles recently, and Niners not in a good state.
Really not in a good spot. I mean, they have been up on the rise at the very least. They're working on their fundamentals. They have been able to take some games and already achieve their very first victory of the season. It's going to be tough to actually save them from the spot that they're in now. But if they can take down Todak at the very least, it just goes to show that they have quality players.
They do have quality players. That's the thing, right? We had a lot of expectations for the Niners going into this season. I ranked them pretty highly before I went into the season as well. So their performance has definitely been on the more disappointing side. But I do like to see that their players do seem to be starting to pick up the slack a little bit. The problem is it too late? Can they no longer make it forward? That is going to be the challenge, the question for them to answer.
I mean, good luck to them for that upcoming matchup, because Todak has been looking warmer and warmer. They're getting better, but they still are lacking a bit of identity. I do think with Coach Kuja drafting in that particular way is interesting, because again, we're seeing Alpha coming out from Gary. Oftentimes, we don't get to see Alpha in the jungle at all, other than Todak.
Alpha works, but you do definitely need a way to enable him. The Angela commonly paired with him because of that. The Florin didn't quite work out that time because Gary just went in every single time, got picked off. So hopefully we get to see better performance from him for now. But we're gonna go to a break as per usual. We'll leave you guys with the mic check. When we come back, it's gonna be Todak versus the Niners to close out week 5. See you guys there.
Guys Aku bawa guys, aku bawa. Aku dapat 2. Oh nice bodoh. Jat. Sick kan. Aman Tom. Aman. Aman lah. Alat lah. Simi. Trap. No purify. I got. Nice. One day. Atas. Wait, aku low. Nice one. Play ande. Go. Aku yang kan. Nice one. Easy lah trap. Ulti. Bam. Lilo. No pre. Reloading Dude. No, Gosen. This I got two. Nice one. Aman kerap. Watch me ah.
Green
Naughty. Watch me. Bam.
Boy, don't
Sarapa. That's it. I down. Wah, trap. Recall guys. Ngapain, cok? Trap. Aduh. TV. Baik, let's go son. Taunting ah. Oi, taunting woi. Woi, let's go taunting.
Pelbagai kejayaan dapat dikecapi, sejarah baru telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur. Sampai bila nak kalah? Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat, ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita. Untuk melakukan serangan yang sebenar, tarik nafas yang panjang. Kerana terima magic kuda 2-1 dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat mudah.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini.
Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MAL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MAL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MAL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MAL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MAL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke playoff akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Mereka tahu kemampuan mereka sendiri dan sekali legal.
Oh, masuk cari trap tapi tak kabar Sky mencari Emal terlebih dahulu. Emal cuba untuk bertahan tapi Emal jangan cukup rendah cuba untuk melarikan diri. Tapi berada bersama dengan Emal yang ditumpahkan oleh Sky. Ibi cuba untuk keluar kali ini mencari player yang ada. Innocent telah pun ditumpahkan oleh Trap. Trap cuba untuk melarikan diri. Kram cuba untuk melarikan guys. Agak bahaya sebenarnya untuk kedudukan Emal yang mungkin akan dicari oleh pasukan Selangor Jaya. Emal cuba untuk melarikan daripada genggaman pasukan Selangor Jaya tapi Emal hilang dengan Sky. Ada Ibi cuba untuk bertahan untuk mencari player pasukan Selangor Jaya tapi Ibi telah pun ditumpahkan oleh Stormy. Tetapi Crystal yang akan
menjadi satu benda yang mudah. Sekarang ini AJ
yang akan dicari. Jawa cukup rendah dah tak ada black shoes tapi AJ yang akan ditumbangkan. Stormy ada habis speed AJ mencari bangsa yang seterusnya. Namun Emal memaksa pasukan Barakuda menyerahkan nyawa mereka tapi kali ini Sekali bisa kepada EV mencari bangsa. Tapi Emal masih berada di bagian hadapan. Trap cuba untuk menghalau pasukan lawan mereka tetapi Innocent mendapatkan Emal pada kali ini. EV yang mungkin akan ditumbangkan. Nyawa cukup rendah akan hilang di tangan pasukan Selangor Giants. Selangor Giants cuba untuk masuk mencari Crystal yang ada tapi Esu yang mungkin akan ditumbangkan dan tak ada.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Musim baru, line-up baru, jersey baru. Jersey telah menjadi topik hangat sejak hari pertama MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 bermula. Namun, apakah pendapat pemain dan penonton tentang jersey musim ini? You rasa jersey mana yang paling lawa?
JP Niners lah.
Jersey rempit JP Niners. Macam Mun saya rempit.
Paling lawa Barakuda. Tahu kan dia punya yang buat baju ni Choi. Choi ni baju dia memang lawa.
Sejujurnya Todak.
SRG. Bagi saya KGE lah.
Judgement dia lain daripada lain. Apa least favourite jersey?
Paling bawah sekali, I rasa I letak King Empire. Dia nampak e-sport. Tapi e-sport tu maybe 3 tahun lepas punya design.
KGE paling kurang.
King Empire. Orangnya handsome, jersey-nya kurang sikit.
Barakuda.
Saya rasa Bounty kot. Dia design macam 90-an.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
배치가 온다요. Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gator. Satu sekali Gadget Doim dan Alpha di sana. Ternyata harus hilang.
Avalanche fight as Lone gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipatin siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 41! Backline already, and you're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way, and he cleans it all the way up. Just no way for him to run.
Kita kata ada satu buah reward manipulasi yang membuat pergerakan dari Mika ke Alpha benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Menang, kalah, pressure, harapan, skill, mistake, dah ready. Kalah, dihentak, tuntut semua untuk peminat.
Spotlight melambangkan satu sosok tumpuan.
Tumpuan untuk melakukan yang terbaik. Tumpuan untuk menjadi seorang role model.
Pelaburan, pengorbanan, semuanya.
Sorotan itu penting. Ia membuatkan kita percaya.
The supporters will witness our fights and our struggles.
Memikul harapan untuk mempertahankan kemenangan.
Menjadi cabaran terbesar untuk mencapai matlamat kami.
Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita.
Harapan masih terpahat di hati.
Untuk menjadi juara.
Meneruskan legasi kami.
Di bawah cahaya, semuanya menjadi lebih jelas.
Underdog, kuda hitam? No, kami adalah Monster Vicious.
Cahaya impian telah menerangi pentas ini. Kejayaan bukan lagi dongeng.
Not just a dream.
Ia arti harapan yang sebenar.
Mungkin ada yang sangka bahawa harapan ini akan hilang.
Tapi bukan kami.
Ini harapan kami. Ini semangat kami. Bersama kami mencapai satu tujuan.
Mencari sinar yang paling terang.
Ready posing eh? Right. Okay.
Nikmati jaguh 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
Lu panggil lu punya legend semua bijak sama gua sekarang gua tengok. Lu jaga mereka. Lu masuk sama Tony-nya. Gua nak. Bukan senang mau masuk ke tempat mah. Lu mau saya masuk ke bangsa di belakang. Lu juga punya gua. Nanti gua kasih kena.
Ready. Alright. Ready posing eh? Right. Okay.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Kami akan bantai Barakuda.
Kau nak main sini, kau tak payah nak ada mentality champion. Dia lepas sudah lah.
Oi, kau terus lagi orang. Dah.
Nak cari key, tak payah tinggal.
Paling tak lupa time minta maaf.
I have no idea with that. Maybe masih ingat banyak ah.
Nak cerita buruk ke nak cerita baik eh?
Biasa adalah macam conflict sikit, macam saya bergaduh dengan mak saya kan, nak masuk e-sport. Sampaikan saya kenal rumah.
Aku ada terbaca lah orang cakap, ni dah rusty teruk lah, dah boleh pergi kerja kilang lah. tapi ya aku okey je sebenarnya. Yang video aku viral nangis-nangis apa semua itu bukan sebab aku kecewa dengan kecaman orang apa semua, tak ada. Kecaman netizen semua aku tak kisah pun. Semua tu like aku disappointed dengan aku punya performance je. Dengan apa yang aku bagi, apa yang hard work yang aku put. Tapi end up performance aku macam tu lah. Sebab aku tahu orang-orang yang komen apa semua, diorang tak tahu pun apa yang terjadi. Diorang nampak daripada luar, diorang tak tahu apa yang dalam. Macam ibarat kita tengok bola, dia ni passing betul-betul lah. Kita bukan tahu, kita bukan join training pun. Kenapa Harry Maguire main setiap minggu? Kita tak tahu pun dalam training dia macam mana.
Pergaduhan yang paling risau, perit dan pedih lah kan. Kita tak ada cakap apa-apa. Cuma waktu tu MPL Season 6 di mana Todak tak ada kalah lagi best of 3. Waktu tu pressure dia sangat besar sebab orang semua mengharapkan kita menang daripada regular season sampai habis. And waktu tu masing-masing pelik gameplay dia. Pelik gila kan. Macam timing tak kena. Pakai hero pun pelik-pelik. And dengan pressure apa semua pun bengang. Mental, ketuk meja, kata kita main apa benda ni kan. Waktu tu nak play off dah. Tak silap pun lagi 2 hari dah nak play off season 6. Kalau korang main macam ni, better aku pergi main dengan parti-parti Indo joki apa semua kan. Lagi bagus daripada aku main dengan korang kan. Biasalah kan, kita bekerja as a team, as a kumpulan kan. So kalau tak gaduh tu bukan team lah maksudnya kan. So bila habis tu dah macam biasa je lah. Basically kita orang gaduh macam tu je. Dia tak ada lebih-lebih sebab try to be professional lah. Try to not take it personal sebab in the end of the day kita nak kena bermain dengan orang tu juga kan.
The M3 lah for me seriously is so hard for me. The M3. Until now I still cannot forget about it. Just like we scream, we stick. I think for the 2 days already, almost 12 game like that, and then I score to Zaim, I score to everyone, and then we almost want to fight like that. But after that, I still think I'm correct like that, but I didn't say sorry to Zaim and Smooth. I feel so bad. Until now, like that, I cannot forget. I think this one moment also.
Have you ever made someone cry?
I think a lot. This one actually is a lot. I feel that I so bad on this. Every season I think quite because of me, because of pressure. I pressure him a lot to cover me to become a best slider. My bad. Sorry. I tank.
Saya adalah minta maaf dengan ibu saya sampai saya berlutut. Sampai saya berlutut dah saya minta maaf dengan dia sebab ya kan ibu kita kan nak yang terbaik untuk kita kan. Tapi mungkin sebab dia tak nampak lagi lah masa tu game tu macam boleh buat duit. Dia fikir macam masa tu game tu hanya main untuk hiburan, macam buang masa. Tapi bila saya start yang ni yang sebelum ni saya start tier 2 tu saya dah start macam menang tournament. Dan tu dengan RTZ kan. Saya menang tournament dapat duit. Dan tu baru dia dah macam dia dah start support so slow lah. Dia start support. Kira dia macam penyemangat saya lah untuk teruskan dalam e-sport lah.
Untuk yang memaafkan orang yang dengki dengan AJ. Dengki tu maksudnya dia sampai buat sesuatu, sampai menutup perut nasi AJ sendiri. Tapi AJ tetap memaafkan orang tu. Itu yang paling besar.
Bagi saya banyaklah salah dengan AJ sebab masa kat RSG, saya 10 saya banyak marah dia buat dia nangis lah sebab saya tak suka sikap dia. Dan sebab saya terasalah sampai sekarang benda yang saya buat tu salah, tapi saya mungkin ego tak minta maaf dan sekarang baru saya rasalah saya sebagai senior saya tak sepatutnya buat macam tu lah kat dia masa kat RJ. Dan saya terharu sebab masa tak ada orang ingat saya, ambil saya, dia yang cari saya dan try saya untuk ke Team Hak. Yalah, saya banyak buat salah kat dia tapi dia masih ingat saya. Dan saya nak berterima kasih lah dekat Iris sebab bagi saya peluang lagi untuk ke pro scene ni.
Actually, after the game, I will apologize to them. Just like, because I thinking just like I want to win only. Because for my positive, everything is I want to win. I want to improve myself. I want to improve the tank. But I never care about the people feeling anything like that. So, 我可能不太善于怎样去道歉，但是我会用我的行动证明我的道歉方式是对的。
Aku tak rasa semua orang boleh macam aku untuk minta maaf sebab bagi aku kalau kita minta maaf ni kita dah lepas satu tanggungjawab. Aku dah rasa satu kepuasan. Macam even benda tu bukan salah aku, especially salah aku akan minta maaf. Sebab aku tahu kebanyakan manusia ni dia tak nak minta maaf. So aku minta maaf. Sebab benda tu simple lah, 2 perkataan lah, minta maaf, tapi tak semua orang boleh buat.
Hari ini kami dapat jemputan daripada tim Hak untuk menyaksikan MPL My Season 13. Apa yang saya rasa dan anak-anak yang saya jaga ni rasa membahagiakan diorang. Dalam masa yang sama diorang sangat excited untuk tengok game-game MPL ni sebab selalunya kita tengok kat phone kan. So hari ni diorang dapat tengok live. Dan diorang pun memang suka main Mobile Legends ni. Alhamdulillah rezeki kita orang dijemput dan kita Kita orang sangat berterima kasih kepada Tim Hak sebab jemput kita orang untuk dapat rasa pengalaman tengok MPL My secara live.
Kami dari Tim Hak ingin mengucapkan
I think even Ducky himself is very vocal about this. They wanted to lose, actually. They wanted to eventually lose against a team because
pro players put in so much time that I've seen videos that Keyboy's hand is shaking and everything like that. Like he's moving his head like very frantically, you know, that kind of motion.
You know, like I think we sometimes get very caught up in the Indonesian pride, Malaysian pride, North America pride, Philippines pride, when the reality is like the org just wants to win. You know, that's like the org. It's more of like Team Hawk pride, RSG pride. You know, that's where the management is coming from. It's like I think last year we saw the rise of just MLBB globally.
Oh yeah.
We saw the downfall of NA.
But no, don't put it that way.
My bad. We're just on equal terms with Malaysia now.
Aku bawa guys, aku bawa. Aku dapat 2. Oh, nice bodoh. Jat. Sick kan. Aman Tom. Aman. Masya Allah. Nice one. Alat lah. Simi. Trap. No purify. I got. Nice one deh.
Atas. Wait, aku lo.
Nice one. Play deh. Boleh. Aku akan. Nice one. Easy lah trap boy. Aman. Ulti. Pam. Mid. Lila. No pre. We loading ah. Di. Yo gosen. This I got two. Aman trap. Watch me ah. No. Watch me. Pam. Boy. Sarapa. Let's see. I tang. Wah, trap. Ngapain, cok? Trap. Aduh. TV. Baik, let's go son. Tontin ah. Oi, tontin woi. Woi, let's go tontin.
Kejayaan dapat dikecapi, sejarah baru telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur. Sampai bila nak kalah? Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita. Untuk melakukan serangan yang sebenar, tarik nafas yang panjang kerana terima magic kuda.
2-1 dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat mudah.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MAL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MAL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MAL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MAL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MAL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Mereka tahu kemampuan mereka sendiri dan sekali
Oh, masuk cari trap tapi tengok kabar sekai mencari Emal. Dahulu Emal cuba untuk bertahan tapi Emal jangan cukup rendah cuba untuk balikan diri. Tapi berapa sangat Emal yang ditembakkan oleh sekai. Imi cuba untuk keluar kali ini mencari player yang ada. Innocent telah pun ditembak oleh trap. Trap cuba untuk melarikan diri. Kram cuba untuk melarikan sekai. Agak bahaya sebenarnya untuk kedudukan Emal yang mungkin akan dicari oleh pasukan Selangor Jaya. Emal cuba untuk melarikan daripada genggaman pasukan Selangor Jaya tapi Emal hilang dengan sekai. Ada Imi cuba untuk bertahan untuk mencari player pasukan Selangor Jaya tapi Imi telah pun ditembak oleh Stormy. Tetapi Crystal yang akan
menjadi satu benda yang mudah. Sekarang ini AJ
yang akan dicari. Jawa cukup rendah dah tak ada black shoes tapi AJ yang mungkin akan ditumbangkan. Stormy ada habis speed mencari bangsa yang seterusnya namun Emal memaksa pasukan Barakuda menyerahkan nyawa mereka tapi kali ini sekali menyerahkan kepada Evie mencari bangsa. Tapi Emal masih berada di bahagian hadapan. Trap cuba untuk menghalau pasukan lawan mereka tetapi Innocent mendapatkan Emal pada kali ini. Evie yang mungkin akan ditumbangkan. Nyawa cukup rendah akan hilang di tangan pasukan Selangor Giants. Selangor Giants cuba untuk masuk mencari Crystal yang ada tapi Esu yang mungkin akan ditumbangkan dan tak ada.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Musim baru, line-up baru, jersey baru. Jersey telah menjadi topik hangat sejak hari pertama MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 bermula. Namun, apakah pendapat pemain dan penonton tentang jersey musim ini? You rasa jersey mana yang paling lawa?
JP Niners.
Jersey rempit JP Niners. Macam Mun, saya rempit.
Paling lawa
Barakuda. Tahu kan dia punya yang buat baju ni Choi. Choi ni baju dia memang lawa.
Sejujurnya Todak.
SRG. Bagi saya KGE lah.
Judgement dia lain daripada lain. Apa least favourite jersey?
Paling bawah sekali, I rasa I letak King Empire. Dia nampak e-sport. Tapi e-sport tu maybe 3 tahun lepas punya design.
KGE paling kurang. King Empire. Orangnya handsome, jersey-nya kurang sikit.
Barakuda.
Saya rasa Bounty kot. Dia design macam 90-an.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Hey, come on. Okay. Power up. Geisha.
Satu sekali Kejutuin dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Ledge fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 41! Backline already, and they're running for the lives. Gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in. He cleans it all the way out. Just nowhere for him to run. Just...
Kita akan ada satu warrior weapon di polisi yang membuat pergerakan dari Mika tuh lalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Menang, kalah, pressure, harapan, skill, stay, dah ready. Kalah, dihentak, dituntut semua untuk peminat.
Spotlight melambangkan satu sosok tumpuan.
Tumpuan untuk melakukan yang terbaik. Tumpuan untuk menjadi seorang role model.
Pelaburan, pengorbanan, semuanya.
Sorotan itu penting. Ia membuatkan kita percaya.
The supporters we witness our fights and our struggles.
memikul harapan untuk mempertahankan kemenangan.
Menjadi cabaran terbesar untuk mencapai matlamat kami.
Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecam di rumah kita.
Harapan masih terpahat di hati.
Untuk menjadi juara.
Meneruskan legasi kami.
Di bawah cahaya, semuanya menjadi lebih jelas.
Underdog, kuda hitam. No, kami adalah Monster Vicious.
Cahaya impian telah menerangi pentas ini. Kejayaan bukan lagi dongeng.
Not just a dream.
Ia arti harapan yang sebenar.
Mungkin ada yang sangka bahawa harapan ini akan hilang.
Tapi bukan kami. Ini harapan kami. Ini semangat kami.
Bersama kami, mencapai satu tujuan.
Mencari sinar yang paling terang.
Ready posing Right. Okay.
Nikmati jago 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
Lu bijak sama gua sekarang. Lu panggil punya legend semua bijak sama gua sekarang. Gua tengok. Lu jaga mereka. Lu masuk sama Tony-nya. Gua tak. Bukan senang mau masuk ke tempat mah. Lu mau saya masuk ke bangsa ni macam. Nanti buat ke sini mau.
Ready. Alright. Ready posing Right. Okay.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Kami akan bantai Barakuda.
Kau nak main sini, kau tak payah nak ada mentaliti champion. Diam. Lepas sudahlah.
Oi, kau terus gila kamu.
paling tak lupa time minta maaf?
I have no idea with that. Maybe masih ingat banyak ah.
Nak cerita buruk ke nak cerita baik
Pasal adalah macam conflict sikit, macam saya bergaduh dengan mak saya nak masuk e-sport. Sampaikan saya kena halau rumah.
Aku ada terbaca lah orang cakap, ni dah rasti teruk lah, dah boleh pergi kerja kilang lah. tapi ya, aku okey je sebenarnya. Yang video aku viral nangis-nangis apa semua tu, itu bukan sebab aku kecewa dengan kecaman orang apa semua, tak ada. Kecaman netizen semua aku tak kisah pun. Semua tu like aku disappointed dengan aku punya performance je. Dengan apa yang aku bagi, apa yang hard work yang aku put. Tapi end up performance aku macam tu lah. Sebab aku tahu orang-orang yang komen apa semua, diorang tak tahu pun apa yang terjadi. Diorang nampak daripada luar, diorang tak tahu apa yang dalam. Macam ibarat kita tengok bola, dia ni passing betul-betul lah. Kita bukan tahu, kita bukan join training pun. Kenapa Harry Maguire main setiap minggu? Kita tak tahu pun dalam training dia macam mana.
Pergaduhan yang paling risau, perit dan pedih lah kan. Kita tak ada cakap apa-apa, cuma waktu tu MPL Season 6 di mana Todak tak ada kalah lagi best of 3. Waktu tu pressure dia sangat besar sebab orang semua mengharapkan kita menang daripada regular season sampai habis. And waktu tu masing-masing pelik gameplay dia. Pelik gila kan. Macam timing tak kena, pakai hero pun pelik-pelik, and dengan pressure apa semua pun bengang. Mental, ketuk meja, kata kita main apa benda ni kan. Waktu tu nak play off dah. Tak silap pun lagi 2 hari dah nak play off season 6. Kalau korang main macam ni, better aku pergi main dengan parti-parti Indo joki apa semua kan. Lagi bagus daripada aku main dengan korang kan. Biasalah kan, kita bekerja as a team, as a kumpulan kan. So kalau tak gaduh tu bukan team lah maksudnya kan. So bila habis tu